Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. As we await the first submissions in today's queue, we're going to start with filling time with some warm-up levels just from makers we have known for a long time who don't normally manage to come by. And here is one of the relatively recent ones from earlier this year in January by Kenna, a maker that we've been familiar with over both Maker 1 and 2 as a master of some of the technical elements of the game. The description here, according to machine translation of Japanese, says it's lunatic time, but let's take a look at Cloud Masquerade and see exactly what that entails. And it looks like we have all of these clown cars just frozen into place at the moment. Just locked into place by these one-way panels. Not exactly sure what else is pinning them. But that's something we can look at another point, perhaps. Now let's see what happens if we try to find a way to actually get up there. If there's some way to do it, we'll definitely look at the possibilities. I mean, if there's a flight point available, for example, here, then we will, of course, take it. Let's whip the other one out of the way. And DBL420, welcome. Glad to see you here so early in the stream. Feel free to drop something into queue. And after we've played a warm-up level, we will gladly take a look. I'm going to give you a shout out in just a moment before we proceed any further. And yeah, DBL, I've seen your profile before. I know that I don't actually have a hope of completing any of your 0% levels. Much less pushing through an obstacle or two, but that's alright. Okay, so whenever you see a fire card, that's actually an indication that there's going to be fire, so let's time this carefully because maybe we can actually fly out of this point. No, not really. Not quite enough of a runway. Maybe if we go back and forth, but it's going to be a little perilous just given the situation here. No, we're just going to lose it. That wasn't great timing. I was hoping to build up enough P speed at that location, but oh, here's an angry sun. Let's get out of the fire for a moment. Let's let the sun come down. And we'll have to time this carefully. It looks like everything here, whoops, is actually pretty well synchronized. I don't think it's dependent on the player camera with the Podoboo spawn, but I'm not exactly sure of the timing. It might be the case that we can desync it or get the spawn to come out a little differently. Nope, let's not mess with that. And then, yeah, it seems remarkably consistent, actually. Let's let the sun come down. And get this, whoop. Okay, not much of a runway for flight once again, but whoop. If we have the chance to go back, we will. Oh, the axe is here already, okay. But what's this pipe all about? That's got to be a secret route. And it is. Oh. Oh, I see. Do you see that? That when you see the blinking car like that, that means that is a porous platform, huh? Didn't even consider that. Wait, or is that the case? What is the visual indication? There is some visual indication here. There's got to be a system to it. Let's see, because it is possible to fall through the middle like that if you just slip over. I think it's because you're not supposed to... Let's test this. We run from car to car, that's okay. And how come there's a little bit of slippage right here? Oh yeah, because you have to look very carefully at the semi-solid bridge pattern behind it. The bridge pattern is actually what's holding up the platform. So occasionally there are gaps, and you have to read them very precisely. Yeah, because this one on the right, for instance, is a gap. I guess people who have the eye for things like precision can see that little pixel difference on either edge and can tell what the safety platforms are. Bullseye Bronco, welcome. Oh, we should have done this a little more carefully so we can actually create a platform. And then, oh, let's try to slip up there and try one more, but that didn't quite work out. I don't know if we'll get fire this time. Yeah, we will, because of the location later. Also, the dry bones give you a visual clue as to what the walkable bridge areas are. Okay, let's take a look here. And once again, we'll just try to make something to stand on, I hope, without toppling over it. You can see I have to be a bit more precise about that. And thank you for the submission, Bullseye Bronco. We're just playing a quick starter warm-up level right now, but right after this one, we'll get into the queue. At DBL's submission, I'll try for a little bit because it's likely to be something I can't clear, but then we'll get to yours immediately after that. Oh, no, I have to stop bumping into that. Maybe a crouch jump. I'm just trying to jump carefully to the ice there. Well, that's what a warm-up is for. Whoops. And DBL is brushing your teeth. Which must be what brushing your teeth sounds like when you've actually got a toothbrush in your mouth. Let's watch this carefully once again. It is visible, you just have to be very cautious about it. The difference between where there is or isn't a bridge. It's also highlighted, of course, like I said, by where the dry bones are walking. 06i, welcome. Thank you for joining the queue. I'm just playing a little warm-up right now while the first few submissions fill out. Okay, let's watch this carefully once again. I know where the gaps are, we just need to actually fire a little more accurately at the ice over here. And make a little bit more room before we attempt to crouch jump, maybe a little bit higher. There we go. So a lot more comfortable. Okay, let's try to fire at this one. No. And try to just jump into position. There we go. Let's see what this is. Oh, just one up. That's fine. Now, it looks like we've got a pretty big gap here. I don't see where the next platform is. Maybe we can fire this and see if there's something visible. I don't actually see it at all. Oh, you're supposed to get the cannon in view. I see. There we go. Alright, let's try to get it in view for another shot. Okay. It is a bit subtle. Let's get this one to travel as well. It's just barely visible, and I was trying to pop the dry bones, but that did not turn out to be the way. The 30 coin, I think, is only obtainable if you do jump on one of the cannonballs, if you spawn another one, perhaps, but we're not really within range for that. Well, maybe we are. Then you can jump it on this side, land, and oh, let's watch the door here. You have to hit this edge. That's not the edge. Wait, then how do you do it? I think that's just a fake out. Because I didn't see any edges under those doors. I think both of them are actually just a fake out. I was thinking that maybe one of them was on an edge, but that was, of course, incorrect. We're not going to spend too much time going for that one up this time. We have satisfied our curiosity. So we'll just jump through this one as soon as we've made room. Let's make a little more room. There we go. Okay. Now let's once again try to spawn cannonball. Cannonball. There we go. And the next one. There we go. And the next one after that, if we can spawn it again. 30 coin gives you some room there, and then we jump over to this, and yeah, that's totally a fake out. Then, oh no, actually, maybe we need something to stand on here. There's nothing over there, but then maybe we need to lead another cannonball all the way over. I can't see whether that could be the case though, because we need to jump on one to get through here. How would you do it? Can we get within camera range of something else on this side? No. Surely I'm not stuck here. Let's check for platforms. Yeah, there's absolutely nothing here. So you would need to stand on that. But then how? No, there's nothing here. There's got to be something to ride on. Like, maybe you need to chain a series of cannonballs or something. Then how would you do it? Or we're just missing something obvious. It's always quite possible. And let's see here. Yeah, we know that's just a 1-up. We don't need it. But then can we actually lead the red cannonball as far as we need it to go? Not clear yet. Can we just lead this? Maybe we need a few of these. They're gonna be way off screen by that time, though. Oh, actually, no. It is possible to continue this way, and so maybe that's the idea, is that we actually chain a few of them. Spawn as many as we can. I don't exactly have a good visualization of where the despawn range is, but yeah, you do need to fire multiples. That looks like that's going to be the method. Not exactly blind friendly, if you don't know what you're getting into. But okay, now let's get over here. Spawn one. Spawn one. Come on, let's go. And we'll spawn a few. I'm sure the third one's going to be way out of range, but we'll do 3. Oh, whoops, no, totally got that wrong. I think you can actually jump directly across at that point. I'm not sure I've gauged the correct distance. It is very difficult to see, just because you have these dark pixels against slightly darker pixels to tell you what the platforms are. And of course, the fire flower can also give you a bit of a hint, but when you're playing quickly, you might not get a good view of that. Whoops, we probably shouldn't have fired that one. Because now I need to be careful not to bump my head. Okay. Come on for me. Come on for me, come on. Let's let a few of these go. Maybe fourth one. And then, oh, that isn't quite far enough. There is a platform to land on at that point. We'll see. Like I said, this is just a bit of a warm-up level that we're doing at the start, so if I don't actually clear this segment, that's okay. We will not spend too long on it. And we will bail out and come back to it if we are eager to get into the main queue in short order. Because I would like to figure this out, but it's not especially urgent that I do. Okay, what do we got? Let's spawn this. So we need to be pretty careful here. Looks like you kind of do have an edge to stand on and decide as well. Let's just wait for one more here. And then, oops, off the edge there. No, I can jump across. I just missed where the edge was. I think I can make it. A little tricky, though. Okay, over here. And to be seeing those little corner pixels in one's sleep after staring at them so hard. Okay. Now, let's see here. Jump. And once again, we'll wait for a few. Where was that? I'm too slow. If I went a little faster, I could have caught the next one, I think. I'm not sure, though. It seems way, way out of position. We'll maybe make just one more attempt on this, and we'll kill it. I might actually not touch the clear flag so I can remember that I haven't cleared this. Because otherwise I'll touch the clear flag and just totally forget that I actually made it to this optional hard mode part of the level. I'll try it, I just can't quite visualize what's going on in that segment. Might be some other subtle visual clue that I'm missing. Like some kind of offset trick that tells you where a hidden platform is. Okay. No. Oh, I see. It's a skull platform. Okay, so that's not actually an impossible thing to land on. Okay, that's easier then. I was way overthinking it. You don't need to spawn multiple cannons. You can just go for the skull platform. I didn't know it was there. Maybe it was some kind of visual clue to it that I just didn't pick up on. Well, that simplifies things dramatically. Why don't we just try that in the first place? I think because I was trying to fireball against that spot and it wasn't making contact with anything as far as I could tell. That we just didn't fire accurately enough, I guess. Okay. Let's spawn another one just to make this jump a little easier. Come on, give me another one. Just to ease up a little bit on this landing. Okay, so over here. So there's a skull platform over there, apparently. Yeah, okay, so it does make contact. I see now. We just kept missing it earlier when I was trying to step on it. I don't see where it's going to be, though. Oh, here we go. Except that's totally a fake out as well. Yeah, it does continue past that point. That's totally a trick. Okay, since we're actually making progress, we'll try to push it a little further. And B9, yeah, I'm totally willing to take control. You are early enough in the queue at this point that we have a realistic chance of giving it a good look. And let's try this again. And so, yeah, you're quite welcome to put it in. And DBL, you need to fall asleep? Yeah, that's fine. Thank you for coming by once again, and that was totally a talking to chat death. And thank you so much for bringing in some viewers right at the start. Like I said, I've seen your levels before, and I know that I was unlikely to get more than a few jumps in anyway, so it's alright if we bypass if you do need to go. And then, in that case, we'll get to... let me take a look here. Bullseye Bronco first, and then 06i, and then we'll get to B9. If B9 has something for the queue. But yeah, I hope you had a good time over on your end, as always. Whoop. Let's try not to mess this one up too much. Okay, let's be a little bit more careful. Very difficult to spot. Like I said, I mean, you know, people who are precision players are used to this kind of thing, or troll players as well. In terms of the little pixel level subtleties and where you're landing. It's visible, it's just that you need to be very, very cautious. And sometimes when you're on something moving, like a skull platform later, being cautious is not the easiest thing to do on short notice. Yeah, once again, we can jump this, but I think I'd rather try to get a cannonball just to make it easier. Come on, give me a spawn. Give me a spawn. Give me a spawn, come on. Just not getting it. To fire. There we go. You don't absolutely need it, but it's easier to visualize where you're going if you have it. Yes, we know that this is available. Oh, we also no longer have the Firefly to check platforms. That's something that is going to be a bit of a limitation for us here. Let's not be baited by that coin. Now, I don't know about this Muncher stack thing that's going on here. And what it's doing for us. I think it's just telling us that those kinds of things are coming. And we actually have to watch the cloud. Yeah, because you see, it's there to basically throw you off visually. And that's very tricky. Yeah, do excuse me while I push on this one just a little bit longer since we are actually progressing into new material. We'll try to be cautious but quick. Okay, let's keep going. And then spawn. Come on. Okay, that was a little dangerous. Let's not bother trying to spawn it this time, let's just jump. Oh, whoops, I missed a jump. Okay, try it again. And let's see what we can do here. Okay. Spawn this. Give me a cannonball. There we go. Just go for this one right away. Get this out of the way. Let's not miss the edge this time. There we go. Here, the dry bones give us an indication once again of where we can land. This kind of gives you a warning of the shenanigans that are coming. So now, how do we check? I guess I would need to check with a fire flower, but it's tricky because I absolutely can't see the difference between those. That's very, very subtle. I was hoping to check with a fire flower, but it's difficult to do so while still landing back on the cloud. And isolated wolf. What kind of levels do I like? I like things that show off things that are mechanically interesting about the game. And sometimes they can be platforming, sometimes they can be puzzles, but something that, you know, shows me something kind of new and fresh about Mario Maker as far as ideas go. And we do consistently get that week over week, even years after the launch of the game. But yeah, I'm pretty open to ideas generally. We can't necessarily clear everything, but I will try quite a lot of different level styles. Nope. We absolutely keep missing this. Yeah, thank you so much for joining the queue. A seesaw level, yep. Looking forward to it. We'll hopefully get to it soon. Okay. Just a bit tricky to visualize this one, especially once you get into the big clown cars later. Not exactly sure how we're supposed to manage that. Let's do this. Come on. And let's just jump this guy. Let's not fall off the edge. And proceed this way. It's so easy to get baited by coins like that. Okay. So, and then once you're on the lower track, it's very hard to get back onto the upper one. Of course, it's okay if you take damage and just keep on jumping forward to try to make it to the big clown cars, but it is tricky. Let's see, Mel64, welcome. Thank you for the submission. Don't know if you've had any luck so far with the Switch 2. But best wishes with that, of course. Come on. We're actually still on the warm-up level. I've been on it much longer than I expected. Because we ran into this room and it is up to some trickery. Okay, there we go. And then here. Okay, so now we can't even have the fire flower check. That's okay, that's maybe one distraction that we shouldn't fuss too much about. Okay, oh, no, slipped right off. It's difficult enough to land on a single cloud like that, as is. And yeah, Mel, I no longer need my lottery position, but I didn't get the draw for it either. But as far as I know from how people experienced it in the Nintendo Switch Online membership systems in Europe, that even with the people in priority, they take about a week to roll it out, as far as I know. Okay, and then, whoops, jump this guy, and then over here. Okay. Then, again over here. So yeah, the thing about the clown car between the munchers is that it's not safe to land there, of course. This one moves swiftly. Okay, so now how do we do it? I don't want to have to jump here and have to land accurately on the cloud. We just have to go for it, I think. Okay, and that one has a moving platform, I see. Okay, that makes a lot more sense. You just have to take that risk, because it absolutely doesn't give you a visual clue that the first one gives you a cloud that's dead center. You just have to take a chance on it. So yeah, and Mario, in that segment of the level, the way that you check for the floor, most of the time, well, there are three ways. You can see if there's a protruding bridge that gives you about a pixel on each side of the clown cars, where the bridge gives you an overlap. But of course, that stops working once you get into the clouds and once you get into the skull platforms. But where the real platform that you stand on is a bridge, there's kind of a pixel that you have to look for, which is a dark pixel over a slightly darker pixel. The second way to check it is where the dry bones are walking back and forth. That gives you a boundary. And the third way to check is, of course, with a fire flower. But then when you get to the clown cards at the end with the cloud in the second last clown card, you actually do just have to guess. Okay, let's get into the queue. Thank you so much for your patience, everybody waiting, especially those who came in right at the beginning. I know that DBL said they already had to go, but once again, thanks to DBL for the opening raid. So we'll get into Bullseye Bronco right away. And Bullseye Bronco, thank you so much for telling me that you were perfectly all right with seeing me finish that one. And I'm glad you are still here, despite all that. Okay, fun with icicles. Expert Icicle Challenge. Good luck. Oh, Red Knights got the record already on this, I see. Okay, so I guess we have to drop this one and then we stand on it to run to the next area, but we have to be a lot faster because we basically have to make contact and jump off as just exactly at the P block point. Because, yeah, this P block tells you when to jump off, not when to get on. Okay, there we go. And then I'm absolutely distracted by that shell and pow. Oh, I see, because there's an icicle that's going to act as a trigger point for that. Let's get some more momentum here. You just need to be very crisp about jumping off the icicles, especially when you have some forward momentum going into them. Okay, let's... So the on-off switch is going to give you a really good timing to work with. Yeah, no, I see what's going to happen is that there's an icicle that's going to dunk the question block. When it dunks the question block, then that's going to act as the POW trigger. And there we go. And here we are. So at this point, it's going to drop the first icicles. It's telling me something in the middle. There's an on-off switch that is going to go down and activate once and only once. What are those other tiles? Those bricks that are around... Oh, yes, because the first icicle has to hit a brick. And then the second icicle goes down to the on-off switch, which means that there's a requirement to go back and forth. So we don't want to drop too many icicles at once. Okay. Okay. Where's my on-off switch? Oh, I didn't successfully drop it the second time, I see. Yeah, you kind of have to dance there until the on-off switch activates. There's no rush to get off of that afterwards. Whoops. But we don't want to activate more than one icicle at a time if we can avoid it, just so we give ourselves enough platforms to work with in all directions. Oh. Okay. There we go. Now this is going to hit the POW. When it hits the POW, that removes the muncher. Eventually there's going to be... Oh no, the first hit lowers the muncher, but it also removes the on-off. So no, what you need to do is you need to land on the platform down below before whatever is launched out of here hits the on-off switch. Then you need to jump and then land right after the POW has been activated. So you just need to be really quick, like that. Okay. Here you just kind of need to play impulsively, I think. And trust that the on-off switch will activate as planned. Yeah, I like the readability of this so far. It's been... Oh, whoops. Oh yes, that's right. It's been fairly straightforward to parse, and it gives you just enough rest stops to look at what you're doing, which is nice. You're not always just playing impulsively, but in the segments where you do just need to move forward, things just kind of work in a very natural way, so That's been satisfying to see. I totally didn't get within the activation range when I should have. And you were saying something earlier about 3 blocks before the switch. Yeah. Oh, I see. In the previous segment where we were trying to do that activation, we need to be a lot quicker about getting into activation range for that one. Maybe even trying to go for it immediately. Come on. Oh, no. Just missed a jump completely. And yeah, Bullseye Bronco, I just read that later than it was relevant. That's okay. I recently revamped my entire streaming setup, so I'm still kind of getting used to where the chat windows are and everything. Whoops, we need once again to get off there much faster. And so if I'm a little slow in responding to chat, we'll hopefully get that fixed up before too long. And then here's an on-off switch, but I think this is just a bit of a safety in case something was double activated, right? Because then that just makes sure that you're in the correct state going into the next zone. And then there's an on-off switch down here. I think in order to buy enough time, I wonder if we... Well, first of all, we should jump accurately there. I was considering just jumping to the left icicle first, but it's not really necessary. But if we're worried about buying time, that is a bit of a fallback option. So we jump immediately to activate and then go. So yeah, this is just a bit of a backup quality check as far as I can tell. There we go, like that. That timing feels a little more comfortable. This one we just ride down. When we ride it down, we get over to the P, and then we'll see what the P switch is about. This is P jumps. And then... that was maybe a little too soon. We just needed to stall a bit longer, actually, which wasn't apparent to me right away, but... Okay, let's go. And then we need to be quick off of this jump. And then I always just go for the switches right away, but... Oh, there we go. We don't actually need to P jump, we can just land on the icicles, but, you know. There we go. But you never know, because P-switch actually stalls you just in time. Interestingly enough, no, I don't think it gives you enough space to try to back out of that and redo it. So we were slightly too slow. So you do need the P-jumps in order to be quick enough, I think. You can't just stall there for too long. Otherwise you get into the situation that we just saw. But that's okay, now that we know what's coming, we can just kind of gun it there and try to be quick. We shouldn't have stalled there so long. We could just jump at the last minute here when the marked icicle gives us a bit of a wiggle. And let's head this way. Drop it. There we go. And once again... Oh, no. I was trying to shave the jump a little too closely. You do need a pretty full jump out of the second P anyway, so... It's just that we have to save what time we can, because we're right up against the timer. Oops. No. Come on. Drop it. Oh, that was a bit of a save. The momentum didn't quite look like it was going to work out there, but we managed to get it in the end. Okay, no time to waste. Let's Go. Except this one here. The icicle does take a little while to come down it. So I think part of why we're losing time is because we are stalling at that muncher because it feels like we have to stall for a moment. And so when I did stall the last time, I was actually doing it a little bit too long, and then that's why we didn't make the P timing at the end. But it looks like you can't really go instantly either. Because if you try to go instantly, the muncher just isn't down at that time. And you just need a much higher jump, I think, coming out of that element as you're jumping towards the big muncher before it has been taken down, whoops, by the POW. So we'll see if we can get that to work out. It looks like there's a pretty narrow window to make that work the way we want. But maybe it's also designed with the expectation of a really full jump. And, oh, no, too early. Yeah, again, you really have to kind of watch the icicle that is coming down so you jump at the right moment. Except with the big muncher later, you want to go as early as it is safe to do so, which is not the same thing as early as you get there. So we'll see. We'll figure out how we're losing time if we do run into the same issue with a flag. And that is the clear. So yeah, one little adjustment there and we got it. Thanks so much, Bullseye Bronco. Fun with icicles, that it was. 06i. And thank you for all the GGs, as always. Bigger and bolder. I see, this is a recommendation from 2021, early 2021, very popular level, which I have not seen. Watch for rolling rocks and piranha plants inspired by Crash Bandicoot. Okay, we got ourselves a bit of auto scroll here. Oh, and we'll just let this take out everything to the left. This is going to give us a little indication of what's going to come with the pipes. Just a little decorative element there that exists to show off the mechanic. Okay. Oh, whoops, jumped a little too high into that stem. Watch out for the stems here, of course, in 3D World. This is typical. And, of course, we'll go for it. Whoop. Then here... well, we just wait for everything to roll. I was mistiming that. There was a window of opportunity, which just did not seize that very accurately. Of course, if you have the mushroom, you can just bust through stuff like that, but that would maybe not be the most elegant way to do things. Anyway, let's let the spike balls do their job. And just climb up here without jumping. Bit of a silly way to take damage over there. Okay, now let's have a bit of a better read on the window of opportunity here. Okay. When we're short, we can just jump over to Spike Ball at the same level, though. And when we're tall, we can just crouch jump over it. So we don't really need to go immediately if we don't have a good read on the position yet. There is enough space vertically to work with. Good shifter, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. And thank you so much for the submission. Seems like a quick queue of all of a sudden, but I guess we've been getting through these first few a little more efficiently. Oh. You know what? We can just jump like this, and then we get in here and crouch. And then that's going to give us a scroll break. And then do we trail this? No, we have to get it on the other side first. And then, let's see. Well, I mean, not much we can do about the timing. It's auto-scroll. Is there a particular reason why we would want to stomp those? Not really. I think it's just decorative element. Okay, then up we go. DY. And Phoenix, welcome. Thank you for the submission. And thank you, 06i, once again for recommending this one. I don't think this is a maker I'm familiar with. It seems like they've been popular for a very long time. I'm sure I would have encountered something, but no, apparently not. So, maybe something to catch up on at some point. Oh, I think I've heard of or seen this one on stream by reputation. It is big enough that I must have encountered it somehow. But yeah, not somebody I've played. Let's give it as a win and plug in whatever's next. Isolated Wolf. Yo-yo, let's go, you're saying. Now, you said something about seesaws earlier. Ah yes, Spring Defense Operation Seesaw. We had for some reason not cleared this, but I had seen it before. I'm perfectly willing to give it another try, and maybe I'll remember what this is when I get into it, or why we didn't clear it. Looking at the title screen, I think I remember that we got partway through this and said we'd come back someday, so... perfectly willing to relearn it. I'll have to dig around to see when I last saw it. Yes, it's tight on time too. That's the thing that's tricky about it, I remember. Because you need to lower it on one end, create a gap, and then come out the other end, and you have to do it while dodging everything. Like jumping down like this while also dodging. And I know that I seem to recall getting through at least the first column. This was a long time ago, of course, so... And of course you don't want to get squished. So maybe you go left. That, there's a bit of time pressure here, of course. And you don't want to get bumped like that so much. But when it does kind of waver back and forth like that, you know, for example, you can go like this, and then slip. Because if you jump down to the right side first, then you don't need to deal with the firebar timing when you're trying to drop in. So the idea is you dunk on the right, and then you go left. Or you just take whichever one's available, to be honest. So we'll try to get further. I don't remember how far we got last time. I feel like we might have done the first column. But it could have been months and months ago, so... We'll definitely give it a good look and try to devise a method. Obviously, consistent execution is not our strength here, so we'll just need to find a good method and timing that will work for us. And when when we land directly like that, I think we want to try to land center. Or try to overshoot maybe when we go down. Or just find moments like that. And then, nope. Yeah, because if you nudge the seesaw, then of course it just spins to the other side. Compromises your ability to go down. Whoop. Nope, you see. It had already gone down at that point, and so I couldn't quite make it through that layer. If we can find a good method for continuing on the second stack. I mean, part of it is just having to finesse to see when it's still available. And you see, if you land poorly, then you just reactivate the seesaw instead of continuing. And then you just kind of get stuck in there that way. So yeah, I can immediately see why I didn't clear this previously. I can also see that it is something that we might be able to at least achieve something partial on. Okay. Nope, and then we wound up in the first level, which is not great, just burns time really. But we got up to this layer, which is an improvement. And then we have to deal with the diagonal shots from red on the right side as well, which is why, as much as possible, we should try to do activate right and drop on the left, because it gives us a bit more flexibility in terms of time. And then if you kind of cycle it somewhat precisely, then you can do something. Scraw TV, welcome. Thank you for the submission to the queue. We'll try not to keep you waiting too long. Whoops. And let's drop in here. And yeah, 06i, thank you as well for adding whatever your latest submission was as well. I just saw that it had come in. Oh. Hey, look at that. New record. Go down to tier 4. Standing directly on top of the spring, you are safe from the bullets. Yeah, I can see that from the path. Just having the self-control to stand there is another matter entirely. Because, of course, there is that bit of clock pressure as well, to do things quickly and find a cycle that'll just work every time. Okay. And then we just overshot that time. I was trying to land on the spring a bit more accurately. When we land, we do want to maybe try to veer towards center. Specifically so we don't get shot, because then you can find a good time like that. Standing a little bit too far over, but you can see that if you land in the center, then you wait for the bullets to pass, perhaps, and then keep going. That might get into trouble with the clock. It seems like a method that might not be fast enough, but if we can find a clear execution level by level, then we can definitely do this. Okay. I got a little stuck here. Nope, I bounced. Again, not much time to work with, though. Any stalling that we do, I feel like, compromises the possibility of a clear. Whoops. You're saying the timer isn't super tight? Yeah, record is 40 seconds, and we're given 100 seconds, so you don't have to be perfectly optimized. You probably shouldn't miss too many cycles here, though. But anyway, record so far is the 4th level. Down. Yeah, when we jump, we just need to have a clear passage over. And then nope, I'm just missing a few of these. And the repositioning was not working out too well. Well, we're showing slight signs of improvement, I suppose. Okay. What? You don't need to nudge the seesaw very far in order for it to open the drop. It's just that you don't want to nudge it back in the other direction when you're trying to get the continuation. And so... Oops. It's 10 drops total, would you believe? 10 seconds per drop. Okay. Yeah, and of course you have to deal with the fast red cannonballs on the other side once you get it. Whoops. But I still think the idea of activating on the firebar side and dropping away from the firebar side should be correct. Whoops. Just in terms of giving yourself as much flexibility as possible when it comes to timing. Nope, too high. Definitely that's a risk that should not be understated either, that you can jump too high and overshoot back up top. Okay, that was remarkably successful on the second drop there. So yeah, maybe we can afford to play a little more patiently, but it looks like I'm already kind of waiting for safe opportunities much of the time. We just overshot slightly that time. The cannons on each column are, of course, synchronized, so that's something we should keep in the back of our minds when we're planning the drops as well. Oh, no. I didn't need to jump that. I was actually in a good position that time. Honestly, it's nerves on the red side. Yeah, I can definitely see that. Yeah, because there actually is, in some ways, better spacing between cannonballs when they fire so quickly, right? So... Okay. Nope, went a bit impulsively that time. We'll definitely try to progress, since I have a method that I do want to use. Whoops. Yeah. Nope. We were just a little off our usual cycle right off the top that time, so... Just need a really clear jump height going side to side. Whoops. Just overshot slightly. Once again. You really do have to land dead center to feel safe. Okay. Nope. Shouldn't have dropped that early. We could have afforded to wait for a slightly better cycle on that one. But if we can get really consistent about going down to the third one here, then we... Oh. I can start planning around that a little better. And oops, that's a bit off pattern, but we got it and got back on track. Nope, bad timing. Yeah, we'll try to get the first column down. That's probably what I said the last time I attempted this too, and we'll see how comfortable we can get with this. Whoops. Oh, actually didn't expect to drop that well. In that case, let's reposition and just mind the red bullets there as well. Okay, didn't quite get it that time, but I do have a bit of an intended timing here, like after red comes down, then there we go. Oh, turned it a little too far that way. We just need to slip off the Springwood run, I think. When that happens... Nope. No, we're off cycle now. That's not good news. That means things are not in the usual positions I expect. Okay. Nope, got caught that time from the seesaw taking the spring slightly off center from what I was expecting. You just need to give it a little bit of a nudge each time. Yeah, it is a very good concept and built small enough that everything behaves very consistently. Which is not to say we're playing it well. Okay, let's wait on this. Oh, too far once again. Yeah, we'll stay on it for a bit and work on it. Alright, let's do it this way. Wait on the next round and then trying to get trapped like we just did. Okay, slip. Nope. I was trying to land in the center that time, and when I missed, I just impulsively jumped out. Nope. Too soon. Actually, the fire bar is so far off at that point that we really don't need to go that quickly if we manage to land in that cycle. Nope. Trapped once again. Nope, didn't quite activate. Okay, let's take down this way. And once again. Okay, that was more successful than I expected, that's for sure. Gotta try it again. Nope, not enough time there. Nope. I was trying to slip that time over, but we keep bumping the seesaw on the edge instead of getting to the stable corners gracefully, so... Okay. Once again, I do have a consistent intended path for the first few, which is important, but when we're thrown off of that, then things get a little bit wild. Okay. Oh, missed the opportunity there. Yeah. I did not bump the edge of the seesaw on the way to the left. The issue there is because of the timing between the red cannonball and the black cannonballs, I am trying to raise the seesaw slightly higher so I don't miss my window of opportunity. When I raise it higher, however, we do get into a bit of a miss with bumping the corner when I'm trying to fall back to the left. Nintenium, welcome. It's been a while. Glad to see you back. Whoop. Thought I had a safe position that time. That was maybe not the case. And yeah, Scraw, I will not necessarily clear all the way on this one if you are worried that it's going to be a while. I do try to clear most things I see here, but I also know my limits when we have people waiting in queue, so... But I'd like to get through the first column at least, and then it would be satisfying to maybe take a longer stream to really push completion on this properly. Completion is actually about a 0.4 on this, which is higher than I would have expected. But some players are much more exact than I am, I suppose. Also, clear rates can be deceptive because, you know, it doesn't account for how sometimes people just bail out early if they know they don't think their chances are good. Oh, missed the opportunity there once again. Yeah, the timing between the red and the black there gets me into a little bit of trouble. And then we got it that time, but not quite there. Oops. Drop down. And then, oh, missed the opportunity. Actually, it looked like we were about to slip down. I just kind of bonked that one at the last moment. You think if I make it a red side, I'll probably beat it? Yeah, we'll see. Like I've been saying, I do have a very clear intention for how I want to play this. Whether we can actually do it is a different question. Now, okay, at least the top red one has stopped spawning because now it's out of camera range. Now we need to figure out what to do on red here. This position, oddly enough, is kind of safe. Oh, no. Once again, tap the corner. Yeah, Scrawl, you say that yours is pretty easy? Yeah, I hope to get to it before too long. I always appreciate it when people who have something quick and easy coming nevertheless bear with me taking a lot of time on some of the longer ones for them. Sometimes I know it feels like, you know, you wait for such a long time and you get played for a minute. Oop. And yeah, the isolated wolf, if this series of attempts doesn't go, like I said, I'm definitely going to try to remember that I do want to get this one done at some point. I do occasionally do an overflow stream for levels that need to take a bit more time. I just haven't been able to schedule one for a while, but definitely will get this code down if we don't quite get far enough today. Oh. Actually, relative to this fire bar, maybe we can have a cleaner opportunity on this side. And we did, it's just that I landed poorly out of it. Because you watch the firebar timing, then sometimes you can find a clear opportunity to really suck yourself into the right side corner for safety first. And it gives you the chance to lower the seesaw a bit further. We're slightly more consistent about a few things here than we used to be. Nope. Not stepping very accurately on the right side that time. No, just missing it. And that was a clearer opportunity than I expected. That actually worked out way better than I expected. Nope. Yeah, sometimes when you land on the cannonballs in the next level, that gives you a very clear timing to work with. Okay, there we go. Nope, I missed a seesaw. I was going for something pretty specific there and didn't quite land it. Yeah, sometimes you get a nice wide window for the seesaw, and yeah, we still missed it. Yeah, so it is okay sometimes to lower it a little bit longer. And of course, we just tapped the other edge that time, so that didn't work out, but... Yeah, sometimes we do need to make use of the escape into the bottom right corner if the fire bars are well out of the way. Because otherwise the timing might not work out between the separate volleys of cannonballs. Whoops. That was remarkably successful. That was not, because I usually duck out of that, and in that instance I forgot. Have I tried not getting hit by the cannons? No, the idea had not occurred to me, actually. That's a brilliant innovation we hadn't considered. Yeah, quite a few layers to work with here. Thing is, I do have a pretty clear intention for each layer. We just haven't necessarily been able to get it done. Whoops. Because little differences by a half step here or there could completely throw you off. Particularly with the seesaw timing in terms of when it's available. Nope, nope. Missed the usual cycle that we go for. Nope, missed that. Nope. We just haven't been able to lower the seesaw by enough in that. There's a particular window that I am trying to go for there, and it's been a little bit tough to execute. Nope. Usually that drop goes the best when we can drop onto the next cannonball. Okay. Nope, didn't expect to land there. Seesaw 3 seems to be giving me the most trouble. Yeah, because there's a bit of a rethinking that has to occur when you also have to watch out for the red cannon timing on the right side. Because the margin between the red cannonballs and the black cannonballs is kind of making me lower the seesaw a little further than I'm used to. And that is something that I need to adjust around, because when I do get the cannonball timing that I want, what's happening is that I'm not lowering the seesaw by enough to get safely to the other side. Partly because I'm bumping the seesaw excessively. You see, like that. Because I'm raising it too much, and if I'm raising it too much, then I'm bumping it on my way down to the left. And so we just haven't found the best seesaw height yet for that particular moment here. And yeah, you see, because I'm missing the window here. No. I just haven't found the right seesaw height for it yet. I think the most successful attempts have required me to drop the seesaw once on both sides, perhaps. I do have a pretty clear plan A for the first two drops. Oh. Dangerous, but mildly successful in the end. What do we drop this way first? Nope. Okay, whoops. That was right, we just didn't duck. That wasn't very well planned necessarily, but I saw the opportunity and I went for it. Whoops. Nope. Yeah, we'll try to get one really clean attempt on number 3 to develop a method for it. Because as I said, if we can get to the second column, then we're potentially in much better shape. The seesaw at 3 timing, if we manage to sort it out, is also going to give us similar timings for the ones that come afterwards if we just find a really good, solid approach for it. The way that so far I'm pretty happy with my approach to the first two. Nope. Okay, down. Okay, yeah. We can't just do a single drop in this one, I think we kind of need to bump both ways and... We just don't really have a solution to it yet. I feel like we can get to the point where we can find a consistent solution, but it requires quite a lot of experimentation before we get down. The issue mainly is that I just don't have a good sense of the timing and angle that we want yet. Unlike with these earlier ones where we do actually have a sense of what we're going for. Nope, touching that excessively. There we go. Duck it under that one. We'd have to remember that. And then we don't need to worry about that upper cannonball anymore past that point. Now this is the same idea really as the previous staggering of red and black. And we duck after that. Same idea actually, exactly the same setup. We go after red. Now we're burning a lot of time here, but this is really just a sort of figuring out phase. We're almost within reach of that door. Okay. Okay. Nope, missed it. And yeah, once you miss it, then it falls apart quickly because it then puts you off of the regular expectations for how things are going. Okay. Oh, that's too soon. We usually give that another red cannonball so the firebar isn't obstructing. I'm not accustomed to getting there that successfully, I guess. Nope. Was trying to land on a cannonball. That was not quite right. Oh, that was dangerous. Yeah, because you need the seesaw to be high enough that you can wait for one black cannonball and then go for the drop. Like you go after red, and you have to wait on one volley of black. And so the seesaw height has to accommodate you, without being so high that it obstructs you. Nope, I was expecting to go down that time. But we veered a little too far. And got bumped. Oh. Bit overeager. We'll steadily work it out. Okay, that was dangerous. But let's settle down here. I didn't expect to drop that successfully. That was the problem that time. I dropped sooner than I expected. I do have an intention for what I want to do there. But we just haven't landed the execution yet. Nope. Okay. Oh, got out of trouble at the last minute here. We lower this, then we come up, wait for one, and slip down. Nope. We missed a corner, unfortunately. But that's the method I'm going for. You lower by just enough that you can afford to wait for one black cannonball volley while the seesaw kind of calms down towards the left. You just try not to nudge it too far as you're headed back down towards it. So we go for red, come here, wait, and then try to get the next drop that's available. And we know that we need to duck it here every time we go down. Now this should be the same idea then. We go like this. Okay, and then we just make sure there's nothing getting across the top. We wait for the fire bar first as well. Oh, nope, the fire bar was too close that time. Otherwise, I was going for almost the same method that we had before. I'm going to push at this for a few more attempts because we have something that seems like a repeatable intention now for Seesaw 3 onwards. And I want to try to get that down consistently. Because we actually do have a pattern that I intend to use now. Whether we have to finesse to do it several times over is, of course, an open question. Oh. Messed that up. Okay. Yeah, the thing is that you can go in with a plan and you can get thrown off of that with just a single bump on a trampoline, and then all of a sudden, best intentions all fall apart. I think it was maybe Mike Tyson, famous for Mike Tyson's Punch-Out, who said something about how everybody has a plan until they get punched in the face. Oh, ah. Well, luckily this isn't Punch-Out. Okay. Nope. That was actually almost safe, even though we went way too impulsively towards black that time. Nope. Maybe you can't sit in the bottom right while the fire bar is not there and then do a bit of a cleaner jump towards the left. There's definitely an adjustment that we can make to our method on that obstacle. Whoops. Okay. That was not quite what I intended, but if it works, we'll take it. Mind the fire bar. Mind the black. Nope. Nope. Yeah, I do, once again, have an intention there. It's just difficult to execute. And we haven't found the optimal fire bar timing for that either, in terms of which part of the cycle we want it to be in when the red cannonball comes down. Because that's a bit of an extra synchronization to worry about. You see? Gives us a nice long synchronization there, except we got bumped that time. That's pretty much ideal for Seesaw 3, just about, in terms of what we were going for in the first place. A bit of a longer drop without getting bumped. And if it goes in either side like that, then we just try to nudge, except we are now not raising the seesaw quite far enough. So Yeah, like I said, I do want to try this a bit longer simply because we have a method that I'm trying to work out while we are still in the flow. We get a good solid run down to the door, and we'll be quite satisfied with that. Whoa. Nope. But yeah, I like that we have the first two down more or less quickly on a somewhat consistent basis. Oh, missed it. Nope, missed it again. Losing way too much time on this one now, but... we'll try to clean that up. I'm getting a bit more consistent. Not so much that time on the second layer here, but... oh, no. Too impulsive there. I need to remember that I want to wait on black for that one. Yeah, the thing is, if you find a method for this, then it's possible to play this quickly without worrying as much about time, because, you know, waiting for an additional cycle isn't really going to help you. You just need to have a very clear memory for where things are supposed to be at what time. Oh. That was a bit of an impulsive correction, but... okay, we come down. That was a bit of an emergency recovery, but we made it. Then we come... oh! That was getting better. We just missed the landing on that last one. We had to do a couple of emergency recoveries there that time, but it's okay. Whoop, back. And then, yeah, no, that was poorly timed as a drop. We are progressing, visibly, which is actually kind of satisfying, given how very intimidating this can look at first. Oh, no, too early. Or rather, we need to know when we are making a potentially bad drop like that. Okay. Let's wait in this one again. Oh, duck. No, I waited too long because I was stalling due to the firebar position being unfriendly, but stalling that long does compromise our ability to go down in that cycle. We should have just waited for the next red cannonball cycle. But we're definitely going down to layer 4 much more often than before. And then we'll gradually... yeah, the thing is, you can't wait that long. Once the red bullet goes, you have to go. I mean, maybe we should try to activate from the left, because then you're not at the mercy of the red cannonball timing as well. But then your jump on the other side would still depend on it, so... okay. No, we're getting obstructed like crazy. Nope, and firebar's in the way now. So we've missed a pretty big pocket of timing there, but duck. Nope, have to wait for the firebar now. Nope. Missed it. Next one. We're gonna have time trouble perhaps, but no, we got it. Duck. Oh. That's almost what we need. Notice that this fire bar goes in the opposite direction, which is actually a minor but important adjustment. Look at that. Almost at the door, and we just didn't expect to get shot that high. Yeah, so that red cannonball is actually slightly different in position from the previous ones, in that it was cutting across a bit higher than some of the ones that preceded it. Oh, no. Standing too far off center. But we're getting a pretty decent burst of progress, actually. Now that I kind of know what I'm going for with third one here, and we're getting out of trouble improvisationally a lot better than we used to. Mine that fire bar, and of course we need to mine a reverse fire bar later on. No, fire bars on my feet, can't do that. Oh, whoa, very close one there. That was definitely also an emergency recovery. Oh, we missed the opportunity there. That was a clear drop. Oh, nope. I was trying to get out of there. I saw that cannonball coming from a mile away. I knew it was going to be a huge problem, and because we were trapped in a corner, I couldn't get out. So yeah, when you go down to level 5, it's that diagonal on the red cannonball that is different, and you do need to watch for it. Okay. Oh, no, too soon. Once you get it, you get it. Well, some places. I mean, you know, you have to have a clear intention, I think. That's the thing, is that the first few attempts when you're just figuring out the timings, you just flail about and bump into things, but if you're at least trying something consistently, then you save yourself a great deal of experimentation time. Oh, very close call there. Okay. Now, this is a reverse fire bar. After the reverse fire bar, we had to deal with the very awkward diagonal on red going here, but that's safe. And then, what was that jump? That was unnecessary. That's an easy one, too, because you're not dealing with red anymore. You're just dealing with reverse fire bar, and nothing else is that complicated. We were almost at that door. Nope. But yeah, like I said, the target is to get to the door. And of course, you were saying that, you know, as long as we don't panic, the right side should actually be simpler. We'd be worried about things like black cannonballs crossing from the left side to the right side at that point, because that seems to me to be actually the complicating factor that we need to look out for. But, oh no, too late. But the timing windows might actually be slightly more generous if we know what to look out for, and if we stand dead center. So yeah, we're almost at the point where we can get down to that door and we consistently get to about 5 or so. Oh. Nope, too late. Okay, duck. Nope. Okay, down we go. Yeah, once you get familiar with it too, then you start understanding how to make emergency plays to get yourself out of trouble. Again, you have to have a clear intention in the first place to make those plays. Duck. Now let's mine that fire bar and mine the cannonballs on the side. Just reorient our timing a bit. Whoa, didn't expect to bump. Yeah, sometimes you can get trapped in a position where you have to deal with a much longer fire bar cycle than intended until things line up for you properly. Okay. No. Again, too late. You have to go immediately after the red cannonball clears space. Okay, wait. A little lower would be better. Nope. Not that low. Okay. We can actually just drop down here. Good, that works. Oh, we have to wait in that fire bar just a little bit here. Nope, that's a problem. No, I didn't expect to nudge the seesaw that time. I was trying to get cleanly into the bottom right while the fire bar was giving us space. Nope. Yeah, let me just check the queue for a moment just to see how many people we're dealing with, because I may, since there's no problem with being trapped behind a checkpoint or something, I may actually come back to this one at the end or something. But I would like to progress while we still have reasonable progress and good muscle memory. I also just don't want to keep people waiting too long. Whoops. Okay. Down. Then we can go for that. Duck. But I feel like we are progressing, which is why I'm sticking with it. Nope. Standing too far over. Yeah, you could resubmit if I don't get it. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, I'd be happy to work on this, even if we don't get it today. I probably said that last time too, and I didn't realize how long it would take to eventually get back to it. Because I remember getting certainly at least to about this point. Once upon a time. I don't think we got to the door, now that I look at it, but I think we actually got reasonably far. But the thing is, we have something that is a clear sense of what I want to do to get to the door at this point. And I want to at least have a good try at demonstrating it. Okay, duck. Oh, too far over. Yeah, I have a very clear idea of what I want to try in this thing. Nope. Yeah, that was just thrown off the pattern that we wanted. Let's try it again. Oop. Nope. Okay. Okay, didn't quite nudge that the way I wanted. I wanted it actually slightly lower. We really have to fall in quickly as soon as red passes, because if you stall for too long, then you just missed a timing window. Once you get to the other side. Nope. Missed everything here. And if you try to drop down too quickly, that's what happens. You get bumped on the way down as you are trying to get off the hard platforms. Nope. Yeah, we were so close to the door, just one level away. I'd like at least one more attempt to get that far. Okay, duck. And let's be in the center here so we don't get nudged. We have to wait for the fire bar this time. No. Too much unexpected bumping around. Nope. Duck here. And yeah, let's not stand too close off center here. Again, we have to follow the red immediately. Nope. Yeah, we have a plan, just not the execution. Nope. Okay, let's get out. That was a bit of an emergency escape, so was that, but basically if we get bumped by the trampolines at all, we get into trouble because it throws off my expectations for where I'm standing, what my momentum is. We have to wait for the next red one just to miss the fire bar. Duck. Off center. Oh, nope. I was supposed to fall in the spring. The fact that we missed it compromised that attempt, but we were very close to getting it. Okay, one more red so we can pass the fire bar. No, I thought I had room to go down there. We did not. Okay. One more red. Slip down, stand in the center, duck, stand in the center. Stand in the center. No, we really couldn't get bounced there. Getting bounced there got me shot in the diagonal. That was a bit unexpected. Just a quirk of timing there. Sometimes things are a little dependent on whether some of the higher red cannons are still on camera as you drop down. That's one thing that can be slightly inconsistent depending on when you decide to drop, because it does determine what the threats are going to be on the next level. Okay, down. Nope. Nope, missed the usual cycle and then now we're way off. Okay. Let's refocus that. And then we can make up for lost time pretty quickly, except then we were off pattern. Okay. Here. Okay. Next red. Nope, not low enough. Nope. Okay, let's not get caught in the center. And now... Nope, same thing. Exact same thing, actually, where we were trying not to get bumped on the black cannonballs, and instead we just jumped into red instead. Exactly the same death we had. Okay, next red, we'll try to lower things a bit better. Missed a corner. Get back into the center. No, same thing. We just haven't... If we hit it at that cycle around 77 seconds, the fire bar is well out of the way, and our safety point is actually going to be bottom right there. Okay. Next red. Yeah, if we have consistent timings, then we at least know which obstacles we're dealing with. Now, if we get something like that, then maybe not. Let's get back into the center. Missed a fire bar if we can. And Mamuga, welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Nope, that's way off. But yeah, there is a very specific threat that happens on level 4 or 5 or so, given our current sort of intended timing. It's a very specific risk with this method here. No, I was thinking bottom right. I didn't think of that cannonball. I just didn't see it previously. So we still need to find like a safety location on that layer. Because being dead center doesn't help if you get bumped by one of the cannonballs coming down on a diagonal, right? So I think maybe the idea is just to make sure we go side to side on the spring and not get bumped into the red cannonball that's coming overhead. Okay. Oh. Whoa, what a close shave. No, you see, and we get bumped by that thing. I don't see where we stand when we land there, because the center isn't safe if you get bumped by black into something that's coming down from red. So it may just be that we don't have good timing currently for when to drop, because the red cannonball is very much in the way. Because we died to that exact interaction a few times now, and I just don't see where the safety spot is. Oh, missed it. And if you miss it, it throws it off completely. S2 is chillin', welcome. Okay, the queue's getting a bit lengthy, so I'd better wrap this one up soon. If we die to the exact same spot, then I'll probably hold for now. Because we've just about figured this out. Yeah, you see, that's the spot. Looking at it, you see, if you go bottom left, that doesn't work because then the cannonball hits you anyway. If you go bottom right, I think it's a different cannonball that hits you in that spot. And so given that current timing, I don't see what the safety spot is, because the thing is, if we're standing in the center, we get bumped up. So it may be that my entry timing is just wrong on that one. We'll have to figure it out another time. Hopefully I can retain enough of this to actually continue with it properly. And the Lone Wolf, if you want to submit right away today, and if you think you can stay that long, that's fine too. And then we can do it near the end. If not, we'll try to get it on another stream for sure. I do enjoy this. It has actually been a satisfying one to figure out, even as somebody who normally doesn't really like playing in tight spaces. Because it is something where you just kind of find points of consistency inside your pattern. And okay, thank you so much for waiting, everyone. Mail64, if you're still here, we'll bring you in right away. Let me just check. It looks like you're still hanging around. I just want to be sure, so we prioritize people who are present. For those who have not been here before, usually when I see someone around and if they look AFK, I'll usually just bump you back a spot, but keep you in the queue. But we try to be casual and fair. And I guess I missed first clear. Yeah, that's okay. I guess we'll have to find a soft lock in it now, so you have to take it down. Oh yes, that's right. This is the new version of the one that we had seen previously. Last time I found the P-Balloon barfing route. This time we might do something else. Yeah, I know, because we looked at a couple of different ways through this, and I took the P-Balloon out of the mouth last time, I remember. So we'll try something different this time. Also, how deep into the stream am I? About 2 hours right now? Yeah, we'll probably shut the queue soon, because then maybe I can work on that seesaw level as the closer today, possibly. But we'll figure that out. Mushroom over there, and let's just go down the gullet of the big fish. And, oh yeah, previously we got squished on some of this stuff. I don't think that looks like as much of a risk now because it looks like the spacing might have changed, but I don't quite remember, so. Yeah, because I remember I had a bit of an issue like with this, where previously we got squashed on the way up, so it looks like some of the spacing was improved, as far as I can tell. Oop. Okay. Let's just go back. Oh, there's something up top, huh? Clouds up top, so maybe there's something secret to look for. Look at that, there's a track up there. Maybe that's a passage that's inaccessible from here, though, but might be accessible later. Also, oh yeah, look at that. Found that accidentally. So that's gonna land me on the clouds. P-Balloon right away, interesting. Now here's the question. Does the P-Balloon get me into the rear pipe? Or does that bring me too close to the lava? We're gonna try it. We're near the beginning anyway. It totally gets me in. Okay, straight into the bum. And does lava come up? Maybe it does. I feel like it should. I was totally looking at that pipe as a possibility the last time we played it too, and I was talking about how, oh, maybe it's a Firewalker mechanic or something, and you know, where you have the terrain offset under the pipe. No, oh. I'm really curious about whether that can be entered now with a P-Balloon, because there was another P-Balloon that was given to me up top here. Unfortunately, I don't think I can make my way up. But if you're small, then maybe. I'm going to try for it, since we did spawn that, in case it is still available. So that looks too suspicious to not at least try out. We'll just have to evade the bombs first. Okay, stuff yourself in. Nope, not a pipe. Not an entry pipe, rather. And Isolated Wolf, it took you the longest out of all of yours to clear. And it was cool watching me try to figure it out. Yeah. I mean, I'm glad it's something that can sort of be steadily figured out. Even if my method was different from whatever you ended up using for the clear check. And it is one of those levels where you have to really kind of stick with it to make sense of it, I think. I saw there were 5 other clears on it. I hope you got to see at least one of those. Oh yeah, this is the room that we had seen previously, which gives you a P-Balloon passage out of that pipe, if you so choose. dunks the P-balloon here. Now we can take the P-balloon through another passage instead this time, instead of going left. If you hit the P, it gives you the infinite P switch using the muncher on the bottom right, and with the continuation with these muncher switches here. It would also block you off from the P-balloon here, so it would actually funnel you to the top left route. Oh, and I remember that last time we skipped the fire flower when I went there. I don't know if that was intentional, but we're not going to check it this time. This time we're just going to take this door and see what this continuation is like. Oh, we'd seen this, actually. This was the bonus room. Which I don't even remember if we can do it with the P-balloon. Because this gates you off. Right, because you would fly around and then the blasters would kind of lower and then... Yeah, so let's say we take this here with the P-balloon. I think I'd previously done it with the mushroom in the earlier version. I guess we'll miss a coin. And then there's the bit of a randomizer there, right? And that takes you out. Thank God I can activate blue platforms. Oh, did you not check that? Yeah, we played enough levels where that was necessary. I remember I think I did a P-balloon puzzle at some point that required that. We also used to get a lot of P-balloon levels from people who were specifically P-balloon specialists. Okay, last time we had actually successfully evaded that flower. That time I did not. If you don't evade a flower, obviously you do have to platform your way up. And maybe we should give that a proper test as well. And of course we no longer have the progressive P-balloon. Although maybe we could have if we'd gotten a power-up off of this first. So that's okay, we'll just... Oh, I see there's a continuation this way too. We can check that and see what route that is. The isolated wolf, to go back to your message, you said you've seen 2 people clear it and they use similar methods like me, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, you have to pick something that you can see. Oh, wait, no, this was where we came in the first place. I only just recognized that I just went down. But, okay, let's say you don't grab the P-balloon. Then if you hit the switch, naturally the thing is to try to continue, right? And then, so if you do, then what happens? You just have to beat the timing? If you don't beat the timing, I guess you're forced back up and out. Because no matter what, the level's going to have a pretty regular timing for lava coming up, right? So you kind of have to be chased out. Then... Oh. Because it seems like the intention is that you want the player to drop as fast as possible, so it is kind of self-evident that they have to wrap around the bottom. But if they stall, then I don't think that necessarily works. Yeah, S2 is chilling. Welcome back. We're not nearly at you yet, but we'll hopefully get to you soon. For anybody new here, it is my policy to always try to play through everybody who is in by the time I close submissions. So if you get in the queue, I absolutely try to stay long enough to play. Yeah, because I think the issue with this area here is that when you drop in here, it's not evident at all that it is a rising lava segment. There's no clue that it happens until it happens, right? So... You're saying lava is up and down or it wouldn't work. Yeah, I mean, I know that you're stacking other things into the subworld build as well, right? Where we just have one column wide here. And there's a wall on the left side, and that's obviously scroll locking something that is the other side of this drop. And then, wait. So is that even the path we should be taking? Let's see what power-up that is, because it looks like it's supposed to be progressive. I'm just going to try this out a few times, too. See how this room works, because I do think this one is a little bit of a pick, because, again, you just have no indication that it could be rising lava, and also no time pressure going down, right? And so if you stall just long enough, then you actually just don't see what's going on at all. Now, it comes up to the line, and then you wait for it to come down. Okay, I see. I see. You try to make it up to the line. Okay. And then, you see, you have a bit of a camera problem here with a drop, but I guess you just have to take it on faith. So yeah, I think the intention here is not entirely clear, especially because there's nothing that also makes the player go far down enough that they see that there is a pipe in the bottom right as the objective. So I didn't see the objective in the bottom right. I don't know if it was on camera, but I didn't think it was, because I wrapped around a little bit higher by where the P-block column was. So I think that room could use a little bit of visual clarity, perhaps. And of course, this is just the alternate exit from the P-balloon path. But I know that part of the design challenge with that room is that you're synchronizing it with whatever lava was doing on the other half of the vertical subworld, right? And so that passage I'm really kind of not sure about in its current state. I think that maybe some kind of time pressure down to kind of put the player in the right spot to do the turnaround below when they haven't seen the lava come up yet might be helpful, but design-wise, I'm not sure how you'd want to do that. Yeah, because it's not clear the first time that the player drops in there that they have to kind of work down right away to get the wraparound. And it might be a challenge to signal, but anyway. Something to think about. And then maybe next time we might even get there quickly enough for first clear, who knows. But anyway, I hope that worked out fine. I don't know if you really made any substantial changes to the other P-balloon routes that we had seen before. I'm glad I found the P-balloon secret in the first room this time. As some new material. And yeah, I think that if it was indeed a bit of a spacing change to avoid squish deaths with the seesaws, that was definitely an improvement. Pitch shifter. Let's take a look. Also, let me just check how I'm doing for time here and the current state of the queue. Yeah, we'll play a little bit further since we might have some high clear rates coming, and at some point I'll close off. We usually try to run about 4 hours. I typically overshoot way too far, but Matoya's Cave, frontwards, backwards, any way you see. Let's take a look. Yeah, or Mail64, if you have something like, you know, I know you're kind of matching the different parts of the fish a little bit, but if you have even platforms that have time pressure, like skull platforms and blue platforms and so on, flimsy lifts, then you can at least have a situation where the player can't just take forever to go down. I didn't even think about that. Did we miss a spiny head? I wasn't paying enough attention. It looks very much like we missed a spiny head. Oh, whoops. But yeah, hopefully that was a useful playtest over there. So for the second time now, we're seeing pitch shifters shift to pitches. Pitch shifter was previously mostly sending us these randomizer adventure levels, but then has gotten into music auto-scrollers. And there's the spiny head. Very easy to miss if you're not paying attention. Then you have to lose it here, so we do have to pay attention to things that we, in fact, pick up like that. And we'll sail away in here. And then the key is for the kind of true ending clear, which... Whoops. We'll practice this half first, and if we clear it pretty simply, then we'll try to go for the no checkpoint route. But we'll practice this side first just to get it down. Now the thing is, depending on whether you use spawn from checkpoint or spawn from pipe, obviously there is going to be a slight, half-second difference in auto-scroll timing. Will hopefully not matter. Whoops, we do need to drop on the Goomba, not jump. Yeah, it will usually not matter, but starting from checkpoint and starting from pipe does potentially have a small difference in timing. And then it's pretty straightforward. So yeah, if we get clear right away here, we'll definitely do the no checkpoint route. Try it properly. I didn't really get a good look at the artwork there. Yeah, we'll definitely do it again, since that was pretty quick to learn. Okay, let's start over and do it with no checkpoint if we can. Thank you for the GGs. And, oops. Of course, it helps to remember to jump there when there's a very clear gap for jumping. But, like I said, I just missed the edge that time, actually. We knew the jump was coming. Jumped a little high off of that one, but that's okay. We're kind of resynchronized here, I think. No, I was a bit off. There was one jump where I went just a little bit too high, and it threw off my intended timing. We'll just have to watch out for that. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, dropping in a bit more efficiently this time. There we go. That's much better. Okay, hopefully no big mishaps, or we will be restarting. Nope. Okay. I was pulling back a bit thinking that I wouldn't make it safely onto the flying brick, but we'll have to start that one over. And let's bust some of this down. This feels pretty comfortable at this stage, but we'll, of course, say that and totally missed a button for jumping out of the bone shell. I'm not sure I've recognized music. It kind of rings a bell. It might be obvious if I do in fact suddenly remember I know it, but there we go. It's a nice track though. Okay. And there we go, that's a clear. You guess no one in Maker 2 knows this song? Yeah, maybe. Oh. It's Final Fantasy, yeah. Or at least it should be, because you've got the Final Fantasy victory time, right? Victory chime, rather. Yeah, FF1. I think a lot of people, certainly in the West, just missed out a lot on 1 through 3 unless they went back into Pixel remasters. I knew it was very, very distantly familiar, but I have actually not played FF1. Victory Time does make it fairly clear, though, at the end. Anyway. Thank you, GBA Jewel release, you're saying, yeah. Let's mark this as a win. Oh, it even says in the title, Matoya's Cave FF1. That's what happens when you just forget what the titles are as soon as you enter the level. Okay, let's look at the next one from Phoenix. Actually, let me check if Phoenix is still here. I don't see them on a Twitch list, but that is not always a reliable indication of whether people are actually present, because it can be a bit inaccurate. So I'll just see what this is. If it's a high clear, it will just blast through it. But yeah, 2% is 20 seconds or so. We can probably jump into it. I don't see Maker here necessarily, though, so let me just check the list to see how we're doing. I just checked it, in fact. Yeah, if they're not here, I mean, I probably could do this quickly, but I think I would prefer to head on to people who are here because some of you have been waiting for so long. So let's actually just move on to 06i. S2 is chilling. How long do I play levels for? I don't have a hard set time limit. It really depends on, first of all, whether I'm progressing. So I'm not just going to bash my head on the same, you know, first precision jump over and over again for hours. It depends on whether I'm progressing. It depends sometimes on the style of level it is and how things like the checkpointing works out, and also on how many people remain in queue. But I try to give every level a decent amount of time to respect and show off the work the maker has put into it, let's just say. Which is why I'm going to prioritize people who actually are here, and if this maker comes back, they can requeue. So, let's keep going. S2 is chilling. I do yours for about 10 minutes. It's a joke level to prove the Maker 2 algorithm is weird. Why is it I detect a faint smell of a desert bus or something? Well, yeah, we'll get to your level and we'll see what it is, and we'll figure out if it makes sense to do that. But I'll try to keep that in mind for you, and we'll try to put in that time if we can. It depends on what we're looking at there, of course. 06i, I still see on the list here, and did they chat recently? Yeah. And a GG just a minute ago, so let's put you in. Oh, there's another recommendation. I know Piss Shifter, who's in the room, speaks Japanese, and you might be able to translate. Otherwise, I'll have to point machine translation at this and fake our way through it. It says, the mystery of the Karakuri Mansion. Once you have entered this apartment building, you cannot leave until you solve the mystery. That's what machine translation says. We'll try to see what actually happens here. And thank you so much for the follow. Okay. Enter the mansion. And we have a whole series of doors. We have to do this systematically and just go through each one. Variety of puzzles. Yeah. Now, we don't know, of course, if this is just a kind of piece of fakery here with how these two doors are joined, but going through a few times, looks like these actually are connected. 3 and 4 here. Let's just check. You never know when rooms are just secretly doubled or something. So, always good to have a very concrete idea of that. So none of these will be transformed into P. Oh, I see. The right side tells you what to look for. The right side tells you that you got blue pipe and you look 2 spots to the left and then you find it. So this is very much just kind of a clue reading exercise in some ways. I'm sure that the P-switch is supposed to bump away the blasters and reveal a door or something. But first I'm making sure that there's no other interaction that we need to know about. Okay, well, similar, I guess. I guess if you get rid of the munchers, then nothing happens there. Feels like you're supposed to get a key off something. One-way panels up top. Maybe there's something that happens if I respawn into it. Oh no, it showed me that next to the blasters there was the question block that was located there. This is a problem though because we've... No, it's not, because we have changed the room state in such a way that it actually has a bit of a quality check to bump the punchers out, just in case I reverse out of the room in exactly the way I did. This is a bit of a pachinko machine interaction, I guess, where you don't want to seal off any of the platforms. Oops, no, that's not where I wanted to go, because this blocks off this door now, and so we're going to block ourselves off and we'll lose. Yeah, because you have to create the platforms on the way down. I knew that. We just jumped in too soon. This might be a banger level. Could be. I mean... So yeah, we just need to create the sequence that sends us down. And then there's a bit of a push over here. It's telling me to go here. We don't trust that yet. I see that there's something that might potentially be breakable both here and in the hard block that is in the bottom right. We'll have to proceed before we know for sure, though. Probably when we reverse back to the other side, there's going to be a state change based on our entry location. Show Toadette some love. Yeah, beginning with the next attempt, we definitely will. Let's make sure we put that in. And so yeah, now that blocks off this door, and then this spawn location gives you that. Now, this isn't opening up yet, but I bet after one more pipe reversal, maybe it does. You come in here, and then you go back out, and then something is going to break the bottom right. Exactly as expected. Was there anything else to do here? Not really. So let's proceed. Yeah, that's all just camera positioning on re-entering rooms. Interestingly enough, I wonder if you can reverse quickly enough through this pipe with Yoshi that you can pick up the red egg with him. Which is something that comes to mind for me because that actually was a puzzle solution in some levels that I've played before. Oh, right arrow tells me that Yoshi needs to swallow something. And that's probably, this means that we're going to... Well, first of all, there's this here as well. I wonder why it's telling me this. Let's jump off in case there's a block there. Or something. Probably we need to use red to fire at that point. And there's something that melts and breaks. Yep. And then we need to use the spring over here. Of course, there's the other interaction that we... Oh, it's not with a spring, it's with something like the peas where you can do some stacking with it. It looks like this is another swallow, though. But if you swallow, you get that. If you use red Yoshi, like how it is indicated with red blocks, then it's something quite different. I like how it gives you a coin there just in case you try that. On the other hand, if you jump here, maybe there's something you can hit to go. Oh, you just need to jump out, okay. I was actually kind of expecting that the blasters there would be blown away to reveal something at some point. This is obviously a scroll break on the right side. And then it's telling me to look between the two lamps for a question block that is located there. So right here. And of course, you're not allowed to just discover this accidentally before it has had the opportunity to come out. You have to look at the clue and then pick up the spring. And then this activates over here. We will, of course, take the spring with us because we're allowed. And then we're missing a key, but then that's because there are some other locations that we have not been able to operate yet. So going down here with the on-off state having been altered is going to give us something completely different when we come back out. Because you have a state change. Interesting. Well, that bomb was for the scroll break earlier, so how about we... Oh, wait, no. This is a fake out as well. Look at this. This is actually a different room. I didn't see where that trick happened, actually. Yeah, I wasn't paying enough attention there. I didn't see where the room state was actually altered. Wait, let's do this. Because you reversed the pipe. It's the same location as before. Then how was it that we ended up in a different door that time? Let's go back this way. What was the trick? I wasn't paying attention. Oh, yeah, because previously it was a climb, and then we come in here and that room was just available immediately. But anyway, here's the door. I wonder about this part down here, whether there was some other secret that would come up that way. But we're not going to see it. Yeah, fairly straightforward, actually. But a nice introduction to some of the puzzle trickery that can happen with just state switches and repositioning your spawn when you go in and out of pipes and doors and such. So I've definitely seen this maker around before. I think so anyway. But maybe I've misremembered. I have to do a big Japanese maker catch-up at some point, because I do have tons of codes that I'm sitting around. Anyway, let's take a look at Scraw TV, and again, we'll finally show Toadette some love. Scraw TV, thank you so much for waiting so very patiently. You've been in the queue for ages. Yeah. The Clogger. 8-minute record on this. Interesting. Short and sweet. I love that. It says short and sweet for the 8-minute record. Really high clear time though, so I guess we are just listening to a long piece of music, perhaps. This is one of these levels where I discover at the last minute that I'm going to hit the 500-second mark. Well, let's rush through it, and I'm not going to expect this to be generous with the time limit. So we're going to have this massive compression of springs and... Oh, I know. This is a slowdown level, isn't it? It's a forced slowdown level when you spawn this many objects on screen. So it's going to be a record of 8 minutes on the clock, but the actual traversal time is going to be longer. I haven't seen one of these in ages. It's been a while. Partly because Nintendo deletes these pretty aggressively, unfortunately. Because we've actually seen some interesting artistic concepts with the forced slowdown. I remember, I think it was maybe Quality Humor or somebody else who comes by regularly who showed me one of these slowdown levels a few years ago that's kind of shaped like a clock. And now it does mean that we still have to make sure we don't get into trouble with the time limit, so even though it basically feels like a tool-assisted speedrun at this point, we do want to push our way through. Now, would somebody like to make a calculation as to how long the real playtime of this level is going to be? Because you have enough time to do the arithmetic. I might even be able to do it in my head at this point. I don't think the slowdown is decelerating any further. So you can actually kind of listen to the beats of the music, for instance, and figure out how much of a proportional slowdown we have, because the music, as of course, remains consistent. 06i, that's a good question, actually, whether the Switch 2 will lag on this level. Because, yeah, it's just something that would be kind of CPU gated. Now, the thing is that you would have to get back and forth. Anyway, if we're going to do this, I guess we might as well, you know, have a conversation while we're doing it. The Isolated Wolf, you're saying you absolutely love this level conceptually, and it's so brutal. Well, you see, the thing is, what's really brutal is if it turns out at the very end that you're actually tight against a timer for 500 seconds. The fact that it's an 8-minute official clear time on it tells me that there's a little bit of wiggle room, but you still can't be casual about it. You actually can't stop, right? It's a clogged toilet, yeah. Well then, you know, don't put all your trampolines in a toilet, right? You kind of get what you're asking for if you do that. And all your stars, for that matter. So yeah, there's going to be some back and forth at some point. We're only 50 seconds in. So let me take a look at this. We have been on it for about 3 minutes, I think, in real time, judging by the timestamps in Twitch chat. And 8 minutes is going to be at a 400 seconds, give or take, if we're really kind of doing a record run, like whoever had the record. And the clear time is 8 minutes, or world record is 8 minutes? World record is 8 minutes. I didn't see what the maker clear time is, but obviously it can't be much more than that before it runs into the 500 mark. So if we're going kind of 8 times 3 minutes, is this going to be a 24-minute level? That's a long time to hold right on my D-pad without my thumbs getting sore. Okay, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do something. And hopefully I don't totally compromise the level I'm doing this, because we're going to try it. And it is almost certainly a bad idea, but we're going to do it. Let me bring something up on one of my other windows, so we can actually give you some entertainment while we are kind of going through the massive level here. And if my sense of timing is correct, I think we can actually do the whole thing. And I actually have to pay attention to the level while I do this, so because I have to, you know, spam the swim button and such. But I'm going to read something thematically appropriate while we play the level. Yeah, the world record is 8 minutes, but the game doesn't count the lag. The world record holder left a comment on this level saying you're a clog in humanity. Okay, we're going to actually make this watchable by reading something, and hopefully we won't miss a vital turn on the level or something. So, since we're in an underwater setting, This is Samuel Taylor Coleridge's Rime of the Ancient Mariner. Part 1. It is an ancient mariner, and he stoppeth one of three. By thy long grey beard and glittering eye, now wherefore stopp'st thou me? The bridegroom's doors are open wide, and I am next of kin. The guests are met, the feast is set. Mayst hear the merry din. He holds him with his skinny hand. There was a ship, quoth he. Hold off, unhand me, greybeard loon, if soon's his hands dropped he. Perfect timing, because we have to make this little turnaround with Toadette here. He holds him with his glittering eye. The wedding guest stood still, and listens like a 3 years child. The mariner hath his will. The wedding guest sat on a stone. He cannot choose but hear, and thus spake on that ancient man, the bright-eyed mariner. The ship was cheered, the harbor cleared. Merrily did we drop, below the kirk, below the hill, below the lighthouse top. The sun came up upon the left, out of the sea came he, and he shone bright, and on the right went down into the sea. Higher and higher every day, till over the mast at noon, the wedding guest here beat his breast, for he heard the loud bassoon. The bride had paced into the hall, red as a rose is she. Nodding their heads before her goes the merry minstrelsy. The wedding guest he beat his breast, yet he cannot choose but hear, and thus spake on that ancient man, the bright-eyed mariner. And now the storm blast came, and he was tyrannous and strong. He struck with his o'ertaking wings, and chased us south along. With sloping mast and dipping prow, as who pursued with yell and blow, still treads the shadow of his foe, and forward bends his head. The ship drove fast, loud roared the blast, and southward, aye, we fled. And now there came both mist and snow, and it grew wondrous cold, and ice mast high came floating by, as green as emerald. And through the drifts the snowy cliffs did send a dismal sheen, nor shapes of men nor beasts we ken, the ice was all between. The ice was here, the ice was there, the ice was all around. It cracked and growled and roared and howled, like noises in a swound. At length did cross an albatross. Thorough the fog it came, as if it had been a Christian soul, we hailed it in God's name. It ate the food it never had eat, and round it flew. The ice did split with a thunder fit. The helmsman steered us through. And a good south wind sprung up behind. The albatross did follow. And every day, for food or play, came to the mariner's hollo. In mist or cloud on mast or shroud it perched for vespers 9, whilst all the night through fog smoke white glimmered the white moonshine. God saved the ancient mariner from the fiends that plagued thee fast. Why look'st thou so? With my crossbow I shot the albatross. Okay, we're about to get into part 2, so I'm going to catch up on the chat for just a moment. The Isolated Wolf says, now if only you put various random threats, then this level would be truly evil. Yeah, Entity Limit has a bit of a problem with that, though, if you have so many springs. Like, if you launched the springs at the player to obstruct them, for instance, and you actually had to swim through the maze, then, you know, the thing you can tell yourself is at least the maker had to put themselves through the clear check first. Like Scraw says, just a random spiky ball every 5 minutes would be diabolical. This is totally going to wreck my thumb, by the way, because we're on a D-pad and I'm not able to just nudge a stick the whole time. I'm just holding. Anyway, we'll proceed to part 2 of the Rime of the Ancient Mariner. I actually kind of want to see if I can finish it. The sun now rose upon the right. Out of the sea came he, still hid in mist, and on the left went down into the sea. And the good south wind still blew behind, but no sweet bird did follow, nor any day for food or play came to the mariner's hollo. And I had done a hellish thing, and it would work in woe, for all averred I had killed the bird that made the breeze to blow. Ah, wretch, said they, the bird to slay, that made the breeze to blow. Nor dim nor red, like God's own head, the glorious sun uprist. Then all averred I had killed the bird that brought the fog and mist. 'Twas right, said they, such birds to slay, that bring the fog and mist. The fair breeze blew, the white foam flew, the furrow followed free. We were the first that ever burst into that silent sea. Down dropped the breeze, the sails dropped down, 'twas sad as sad could be, and we did speak only to break the silence of the sea. All in a hot and copper sky, the bloody sun at noon, right above the mast did stand, no bigger than the moon. Day after day, we stuck, nor breath nor motion, as idle as a painted ship upon a painted ocean. Water, water everywhere, and all the boards did shrink. Water, water everywhere, nor any drop to drink. The very deep did rot, O Christ, that ever this should be. Yea, slimy things did crawl with legs upon the slimy sea. About, in reel and rout, the death fires danced at night. The water, like a witch's oils, burnt green and blue and white. And summoned dreams assured were of the spirit that plagued us so. 9 fathom deep he had followed us from the land of mist and snow. And every tongue, through utter drought, was withered at the root. We could not speak, no more than if we had been choked with soot. Ah, well a day, what evil looks had I from old and young. Instead of the cross, the albatross about my neck was hung. We're about to hit part 3, so let me just catch up on chat. The Isolated Wolf says, just pick a pipe and pick a door with one random hidden block key requirement at the end. And a whole subworld that just optional nothing, but it appears to be the way you're supposed to go. Yeah, I mean, I'm glad you have enough time to stare at this and suggest improvements. I find it interesting that we have the crushed objects just kind of stalled on the tracks as well, even though technically game time is passing, that all of them are kind of locked into a stationary position. Anyway, I see that there's a little bit of a zigzag that we need to get through later on, where we need to be a bit more precise about our swimming and turn the corners properly, otherwise we will have issues. But let's get into part 3. There passed a weary time, each throat was parched and glazed each eye. A weary time, how glazed each weary eye. When looking westward I beheld a something in the sky. At first it seemed a little speck, and then it seemed a mist. It moved and took at last a certain shape, I wist. A speck, a mist, a shape, I wist, and still it neared and neared. As if it dodged a water sprite, it plunged and tacked and veered. With throats unslaked, with black lips baked, we could nor laugh nor wail. Through utter drought all dumb we stood. I bit my arm, I sucked the blood, and cried, "A sail, a sail!" With throats unslaked, with black lips baked, agape they heard me call. Gramercy they for joy did grin, and it all at once their breath drew in, as they were drinking all. Okay, let's actually make the turn carefully here before I continue. See, see, I cried, she tacks no more, hither to work as wheel, without a breeze, without a tide, she steadies with upright keel. The western wave was all aflame, the day was well nigh done. Almost upon the western wave rested the broad, bright sun, when that strange shape drove suddenly betwixt us and the sun. And straight the sun was flecked with bars, heaven's mother sent us grace. As if through a dungeon grate he appeared with broad and burning face. Alas, thought I, and my heart beat loud, how fast she nears and nears. Are those her sails that glance in the sun like restless gossameres? Are those her ribs through which the sun did pierce through a grate? And is that woman all her crew? Is that a death? And are there two? Is death that woman's mate? Her lips were red, her looks were free, her locks were yellow as gold, her skin was as white as leprosy, the nightmare life and death was she, who thicks man's blood with cold. The naked hulk alongside came, and the twain were casting dice. The game is done, I've won, quoth she, and whistles thrice. The sun's rim dips, the stars rush out. At one stride comes the dark. With far-heard whisper over the sea, off shot the spectre bark. We listened and looked sideways up. Fear at my heart as at a cup. My lifeblood seemed to sip. The stars were dim and thick the night. The steersman's face by his lamp gleamed white. From the sails the dew did drip. till clomb above the eastern bar the horned moon with one bright star within the nether tip. One by the star-dogged moon, too quick for groan or sigh, each turned his face with a ghastly pang, and cursed me with his eye. 4 times 50 living men, and I heard nor sigh nor groan. With heavy thump, a lifeless lump, they dropped down one by one. The souls did from their bodies fly, they fled to bliss or woe, and every soul that passed me by, like the whiz of my crossbow. Part 4. Let me take a drink first, actually. Although I have to do it while swimming. Just give me a moment. Well, I'm trying to platform with one hand right now, so I'm holding a Super Nintendo controller. I'm actually using one hand to operate the D-pad and the button. And we'll make this little corner first before we get too fancy about it. Just spam the button a bit and press. And then we'll get into part 4 in just a moment. As you can see, there actually is a bit more swimming. Look at that, the blaster's finally crushing on that side. An interaction is happening, which has not happened in some time. Anyway. I fear thee, ancient mariner. I fear thy skinny hand, and thou art long and lank and brown, as is the ribbed sea sand. I fear thee, and thy glittering eye, and thy skinny hand so brown. Fear not, thou wedding guest. This body dropped not down. Alone, alone, all alone, alone on a wide, wide sea. And never a saint took pity on my soul in agony. The many men so beautiful, and they all dead did lie. And 1,000 slimy things lived on, and so did I. I looked upon the rotting sea and drew my eyes away. I looked upon the rotting deck, and there the dead men lay. I looked to heaven and tried to pray, but wherever a prayer had gushed, a wicked whisper came and made my heart as dry as dust. I closed my lids and kept them close, and the balls like pulses beat. For the sky and the sea and the sea and the sky lay dead like a load on my weary eye. The dead were at my feet. The cold sweat melted from their limbs, nor rot nor reeked the day. The look with which they looked on me had never passed away. An orphan's curse would drag to hell a spirit from on high, but oh, more horrible than that is the curse in a dead man's eye. 7 days, 7 nights I saw that curse, and yet I could not die. The moving moon went up the sky, and nowhere did abide. Softly she was going up, and a star or two beside. Her beams bemocked the sultry main, like April or a frost spread. But where the ship's huge shadow lay, the charmed water burnt alway, a still and awful red. Beyond the shadow of the ship I watched the water snakes. They moved in tracks of shining white, and when they reared, the elfish light fell off in hoary flakes. Within the shadow of the ship I watched a rich attire, blue, glossy green, and velvet black. They coiled and swam, and every track was a flash of golden fire. Oh, happy living things! No tongue their beauty might declare. A spring of love gushed from my heart, and I blessed him unaware. Sure, my kind saint took pity on me, and I blessed him unaware. The selfsame moment I could pray, and from my neck so free the albatross fell off and sank like lead into the sea. We might not be able to keep up with reading once we get into the zigzag down below, but since we're on a bit of a straight here. And we are, as you can see, only not even halfway yet, because we're about 170 seconds in, and we know minimum to expect 400 seconds on the clock. We've got some time to go. Which means we're going to get into part 5 in just a moment. And then after that, we might actually have some, real conversation instead of just poetry reading, but we'll decide that when we get there. Part 5. Oh, sleep, it is a gentle thing, beloved from pole to pole. To Mary Queen the praise be given, she sent the gentle sleep from heaven that slid into my soul. The silly buckets on the deck that had so long remained, I dreamt that they were filled with dew, and when I awoke, it rained. My lips were wet, my throat was cold, my garments all were dank. Sure I had drunken in my dreams, and still my body drank. I moved and could not feel my limbs. I was so light, almost. I thought that I had died in sleep, was a blessed ghost. And soon I heard a roaring wind. It did not come anear, but with its sound it shook the sails that were so thin and sere. The upper air burst into life, and 100 fire flags sheen. To and fro they were hurried about, and to and fro and in and out the wan stars danced between. And the coming wind did roar more loud, and the sails did sigh like sedge, and the rain poured down from one black cloud. The moon was at its edge. The thick black cloud was cleft and still, the moon was at its side, like waters shot from some high crag. Lightning fell with never a jag, a river steep and wide. The loud wind never reached the ship, yet now the ship moved on. Beneath the lightning and the moon, the dead men gave a groan. They groaned, they stirred, they all uprose, nor spake nor moved their eyes. It had been strange, even in a dream, to have seen those dead men rise. The helmsman steered, the ship moved on, yet never a breeze up blew. Mariners all again worked the ropes where they were wont to do. They raised their limbs like lifeless tools. We were a ghastly crew. The body of my brother's son stood by me, knee to knee. The body and I pulled at one rope, but he said naught to me. I fear thee, ancient mariner. Be calm, thou wedding guest. 'Twas not those souls that fled in pain which to their courses came again, but a troop of spirits blessed. But when it dawned, they dropped their arms and clustered round the mast. Sweet sounds rose slowly through their mouths, and from their bodies passed. Around flew each sweet sound, and darted to the sun. Slowly the sounds came back again, now mixed, now one by one. Sometimes a dropping from the sky I heard the skylarks sing. Sometimes all little birds that are, how they seemed to fill the sea and air with their sweet jargoning. And now it was like all instruments, now like a lonely flute, and now it is an angel's song that makes the heavens be mute. It ceased, yet still the sails made on, a pleasant noise till noon, a noise like of a hidden brook in the leafy month of June, that to the sleeping woods all night singeth a quiet tune. Till noon we quietly sailed on, yet never a breeze did breathe. Slowly and smoothly went the ship, moved onward from beneath. Under the keel 9 fathom deep, from the land of mist and snow, the spirit slid, and it was he that made the ship to go. The sails at noon left off their tune, the ship stood still also. The sun right up above the mast had fixed her to the ocean, but in a minute she gan stir with a short uneasy motion. Backwards and forwards half her length with a short uneasy motion. Then like a pawing horse let go, she made a sudden bound. It flung the blood into my head, and I fell down in a swoon. How long in that same fit I lay, I have not to declare, but ere my living life returned, I heard and in my soul discerned 2 voices in the air. Is it he, quoth one, is this the man? By him who died on cross, with his cruel bow he laid full low the harmless albatross. The spirit who bides by himself in a land of mist and snow, he loved the bird that loved the man who shot him with his bow. The other was a softer voice, as soft as honeydew. Quoth he, the man hath penance done, and penance more will do. Okay, we're going to get in part 6, and there are multiple voices who speak, but we'll try to perform it while also navigating all of this, because if you saw us turn the corner earlier when we switched from right to left, you would have seen a flag in the bottom right. As you can see, there's quite a lot of swimming to go. I assume that when this level was put together, that before the lag machine was introduced, everything was kind of routed out to do a very long and tedious timing check on actually getting to the flag to make sure it actually would push you to use up most of the 500 allotted seconds. Whereupon the lag machine was then introduced. So, if this seems painful, remember the maker had it worse. And Captain Pollution, welcome. How's it going? Yeah, we're in the middle of reading a poem right now because we're playing a lag machine level. And actually, we're going even slower than I thought because we're at about 25 minutes. And I thought that was originally how long the entire level would take. I totally miscalculated. We're actually only about halfway through. However, we are reading Samuel Taylor Coleridge's The Rime of the Ancient Mariner, and we were just about to start part 6. ASMR level, yeah, hopefully so. But tell me, speak again, thy soft response renewing. What makes that ship drive on so fast? What is the ocean doing? Still as a slave before his lord, the ocean hath no blast. His great bright eye most silently up to the moon is cast. If he may know which way to go, for she guides him smooth or grim. See, brother, see, how graciously she looketh down on him. But why drives on that ship so fast, without or wave or wind? The air is cut away before, it closes from behind. Fly, brother, fly, more high, or we shall be belated. For slow and slow that ship will go, when a mariner's trance is abated. I woke, and we were sailing on as in a gentle weather. 'Twas night, calm night, the moon was high, the dead men stood together. All stood together on the deck for a charnel dungeon fitter, all fixed on me their stony eyes that in the moon did glitter. The pang, the curse with which they died had never passed away. I could not draw my eyes from theirs, nor turn them up to pray. And now this spell was snapped. Once more I viewed the ocean green, and looked far north, yet little saw of what else had been seen. Like one that on a lonesome road doth walk in fear and dread, and having once turned round walks on, and turns no more his head, 'cause he knows a frightful fiend doth close behind him tread. But soon there breathed a wind on me, nor sound nor motion made. Its path was not upon the sea, in ripple or in shade. It raised my hair, it fanned my cheek, like a meadow gale of spring. It raised my hair, it fanned my cheek like meadow gale of spring. It mingled strangely with my fears, it felt like a welcoming. Swiftly, swiftly flew the ship, yet she sailed softly too. Sweetly, sweetly blew the breeze. On me alone it blew. Oh, dream of joy, is this indeed the lighthouse top I see? Is this the hill? Is this the kirk? Is this mine own country? We drifted over the harbor bar, and I with sobs did pray. Oh, let me be awake, my God, or let me sleep alway. The harbor bay was clear as glass, so smoothly it was strewn, and on the bay the moonlight lay, and the shadow of the moon. The rock shone bright, the kirk no less, that stands above the rock. The moonlight steeped in silentness, the steady weathercock. And the bay was white with silent lights, till rising from the same full many shapes that shadows were, in crimson colors came. A little distance from the prow, those crimson shadows were, I turned my eyes upon the deck. Oh, Christ, what I saw there! Each corse lay flat, lifeless and flat, and by the holy rood, a man all light, a seraph man, on every corse there stood. This seraph man each waved his hand. It was a heavenly sight. They stood as signals to the land, each one a lovely light. This seraph band each waved his hand, and no voice did they impart, no voice, but oh, the silence sank like music on my heart. But soon I heard the dash of oars, I heard the pilot's cheer. My head was turned perforce away, and I saw a boat appear. The pilot and the pilot's boy, I heard them coming fast. Dear Lord in heaven, it was a joy the dead men could not blast. I saw a third, I heard his voice. It is the hermit good, he singeth loud his godly hymns, that he makes in the wood. He'll shrieve my soul, he'll wash away the albatross's blood. Just to catch up in chat a little bit before we proceed to part 7. Yeah, Scraw, first of all, I'm glad we made something of this and turned it into an audiobook stream. Captain Pollution, as I said earlier, we are open for additional entries. I am definitely closing after this one, though, because we didn't expect going into this level that it would be a half-hour lag machine. And thank you so much to the patience of anybody who is behind this one, by the way, especially because I know that after this one, S2 is chillin' also requested like a 10-minute playthrough or something. But yeah, and the Isolated Wolf, if you did in fact resubmit the spring level, I don't know necessarily that we'll actually wind up doing a serious run for it later, but we will see how we do with the levels after this and see how we're doing with the queue. I would say I am definitely going to close relatively soon. But in the meantime, let's try to get through part 7 of the audiobook before we have to actually pay attention to the zigzag that's near the flagpole. Part 7. Well, Scraw TV, I mean, you know, sunk cost fallacy. We put so much time into it at this point that we might as well see it through. Because we're over the halfway mark, and I know Nintendo's likely to nuke this anyway as soon as other players get their hands on it, but we might as well pump the clear rate while we can, just to, you know, add to the trickery. But I obviously don't want to, you know, have other people leave the queue at their expense only because of this level, if that happens. So let's see, and you know, I actually just kind of want to see how tight the timer is when we reach the end of the swim, even though the record does seem to suggest some leeway. I'm going to once again try to operate the controller with one hand while I take a sip. Oh, I have to do a turn here first though. Yeah, so let's do the turn. And as you can see, there's the segment to the right where we actually do need to swim. And swim properly. So let's make this turn first. And then we'll continue. Part 7. This hermit good lives in that wood which slopes down to the sea. How loudly his sweet voice he rears. He loves to talk with mariners that come from a far country. Look at this blaster coming down, almost crushing us, by the way. Trying to interrupt our poem. Good thing we paid attention. He kneels at morn and morn. No, sorry. We got thrown off. Let's do this verse again. He kneels at morn and noon and eve. He hath a cushion plump. It is the moss that wholly hides the rotted old oak stump. The skiff boat neared. I heard them talk. Why, this is strange, I trow. Where are those lights so many and fair that signal made but now? Strange by my faith, the hermit said, and they answered not our cheer. Planks looked warped, and see those sails, how thin they are and sere. I never saw aught like to them, unless perchance it were brown skeletons of leaves that lag my forest brook along. The ivy tod is heavy with snow, and the owlet whoops to the wolf below, that eats the she-wolf's young. Dear Lord, it hath a fiendish look, the pilot made reply. I am afeard. Push on, said the hermit cheerily. The boat came closer to the ship, but I nor spake nor stirred. The boat came close beneath the ship, and straight a sound was heard. Under the water it rumbled on, still louder and more dread. It reached the ship, it split the bay, the ship went down like lead. Stunned by that loud and dreadful sound, which sky and ocean smote, like one that hath been 7 days drowned, my body lay afloat. But swift as dreams myself I found within the pilot's boat. Upon the whirl where sank the ship, the boat spun round, and all was still, save that the hill was telling of the sound. I moved my lips, the pilot shrieked and fell down in a fit. The holy hermit raised his eyes and prayed where he did sit. I took the oars, the pilot's boy, who now doth crazy go, laughed loud and long, and all the while his eyes went to and fro. Aha, quoth he, full plain I see, the devil knows how to row. Just interrupt us for a moment so I can respond to a message. Fabule BGGG, can I test your levels? You can put yourself in a queue if you want. Right now we're in the middle of a really lengthy lag machine level that's still going to take some time, and we have a few people ahead of you, but if you think you can stay a while, you might as well put a code in. I am going to close very soon, though, to new submissions. And yeah, you want to type !add and then a space and then your level code, and then that will put you in. Okay, let me do this little turn first, and then we'll continue the poem. Yeah, because later we actually have to swim somewhat accurately. And now, all in my own country, I stood on the firm land. The hermit stepped forth from the boat, and scarcely he could stand. "Oh, shrieve me, holy man," the hermit crossed his brow. "Say quick," quoth he, "I bid thee say, what manner of man art thou?" Forthwith this frame of mine was wrenched with a woeful agony, which forced me to begin my tale, and then left me free. Since then, at an uncertain hour, that agony returns, until my ghastly tale is told, his heart within me burns. I pass like night from land to land, I have strange power of speech. That moment that his face I see, I know the man that must hear me. To him my tale I teach. What loud uproar bursts from that door? The wedding guests are there, but in the garden bower the bride and bridesmaids singing are, and hark the little vesper bell which biddeth me to prayer. O wedding guest, this soul hath been alone on a wide, wide sea, so lonely 'twas that God himself scarce seemed there to be. Oh, sweeter than the marriage feast, 'tis sweeter far to me to walk together to the kirk with a goodly company. To walk together to the kirk and all together pray, while each to his great Father bends, old men and babes and loving friends and youths and maidens gay. Farewell, farewell, but this I tell to thee, thou wedding guest. He prayeth well who loveth well, both man and bird and beast. He prayeth best who loveth best all things both great and small, for the dear God who loveth us, he made and loveth all. The mariner whose eye is bright, whose beard with age is hoar, is gone. Now the wedding guest turned from the bridegroom's door. He went like one that hath been stunned, and is of sense forlorn. A sadder and a wiser man, he rose the morrow morn. Okay, that concludes our reading. How are we still here? Yeah, because we've been on this for quite a while now. I feel like at an optimistic estimate, we actually still have about 10 minutes ahead of us, so we should actually figure out what I'm going to do. Because this actually turned out to be much lengthier than I originally estimated. So, yeah, hopefully the people who are still in queue are still able to stay. Sorry for making all of you wait through this one. Just out of curiosity for how we're going to do against the timer as we near the conclusion. I'm going to quickly take a sip of my beverage and... yeah, Fabiola, if you send a Super World, usually what I do is I kind of play levels for a minimum 15-minute chunk, like if they tend to be lots of quick levels. I'm not going to do the whole Super World at once, necessarily. Okay, so now we actually have to pay attention to swimming, so let's do that. And instead of trying to read simultaneously, we'll maybe try to navigate this attentively, so... Okay, let's swim our way up. Just spam the button a little bit. Next time, and Mario, don't accept long, lengthy levels. Well, yeah, I mean, I play lengthy levels all the time. They're just lengthy for different reasons, and maybe this one has a rather different reason than we're accustomed to. It's a bit of a long slog, that's all. The funny thing is how high the clear rate is on this, by the way. That of the people who have bothered to attempt it, which must mostly have been the people to whom this was submitted, that you actually do see several clears on this already, and not that much abandonment. No mole on this one, Mail64. Well, not yet. We don't quite know yet. Oh, I feel like I should turn this corner a lot more tightly, but that's okay, let's swim. It's kind of nice, actually, to have a column like this where we can just spam the jump button, because that way I don't need to hold right the whole time. Until we get to the top. But yeah, we know that at the end of this sequence, that's where the flag is. We've seen it. And hopefully it will not be tight. Anyway, we have a little bit of time to just... Oh, let's drop. Let's not swim, by the way. We actually have to drop. Otherwise, it's going to be trouble. And we could have taken the time to count the columns earlier, but that would have been less interesting. Anyway, now we have at least a decent sense of how long it actually takes to read through all of the Rime of the Ancient Mariner, one of the best known epic poems of the English language, and very thematically appropriate here, apart from not having shot an albatross. It turns out it takes less time than going through the like machine level. But now the research has been done and we know we should have dropped a little bit more elegantly through here as well. Hopefully it doesn't matter too much. We are obviously not replaying for the clear if it so happens that we're going to hit the timing check, because that would be ridiculous. Does holding up when swimming affect swim height in this? I don't believe so. You know it does on Super Mario World, but you weren't sure on Mario Maker. Yeah, and Mario, I actually didn't remember that about Super Mario World, but I don't have as fine a set of mechanics on it as people who are ROM hack specialists, for instance, and who have played a lot more in that engine than I have at this point. Scraw, you're saying I should add it to the revenge playlist if I don't manage to clear it. Slightly lower priority, perhaps, than the seesaw level we saw earlier. Let's just say that. Yeah, Fabiola, in order to actually put your level in the queue, you have to type in your code. Your maker code is okay. And your maker code is in fact preferred if you want to queue your Super World. I'm going to close up right after that, though, definitely at the end of this level, and so that will be the last submission I take today. And of course, it also depends on how many attempts we put in later on the seesaw level if we do go back to that. And Scraw TV, you're having fun? Yeah, I'm glad you are. I don't know if you really got to watch other complete playthroughs, but we'll have it documented on the record for you. Because you did tell me about reading the somewhat disgruntled comment art. Well, that's the thing, right? We run this channel partly in the interest of content preservation. I'm not encouraging anybody to send me this kind of thing, by the way. That's not a request for more. But like when I was running tons of Mario Maker 1 last year, we know that the content in Mario Maker is ephemeral, will not be around forever. In the case of a like machine level, it may actually not be around for very long at all, although I'm not going to be the one who reports it. And we might as well enjoy it while it lasts. And just watch each of those individual bubbles from Toadette's swimming animation, right? I mean, when do we get to appreciate each and every individual bubble? And Mail64, you're saying it's not like you'll be done with the rework today anyway. Yeah, I don't know which code you sent me anyhow, whether it was another level that you wanted me to take another pass in. You watched Moon Moon play 2 years ago. Yeah, I saw Moon Moon on stream earlier today, I think. I know Moon Moon is still one of the biggest channels that brings audiences to Maker 2 when he's on, so... Because earlier today, I was just kind of idly browsing other things on Twitch, and I saw that Mario Maker had, I don't know, 15k viewers on it or something, and that tells you that some of the big names are playing again. Fabio, sorry, you don't really speak English because you're French? Yeah, pas de problème. A couple of people here are fluent in French. Je peux parler un petit peu de français, not as well as Male64 though, who is actually from the country. And Scraw, he's been playing it for a couple of days now before Doom comes out. Maker 2, you mean, not just this level. I mean, it would be hilarious if you were playing this level a few days straight before Doom comes out. Because if you were playing this level for a few days, would that count as Doom Eternal, or would it count as Doom The Dark Ages? He did check if anyone beat his record in the past 2 years. I see, so it was a memorable experience. Which is when you grab the code. Yeah. Like I said, I have seen a really conceptually interesting Lag Machine level before that isn't just a sort of drawn-out joke, but is actually an interesting piece of design. And I have to dig up the code for that, too. I believe it was the one that Quality Humor sent me. It was the clock level. Like, basically, it was a Lag Machine level that is like a clock with a big fire bar that goes round and round. And so the fact that it was a Lag Machine was actually thematically appropriate to what the level was trying to accomplish. This is totally going to mess up the sort of automatic thumbnail generation on my video afterwards, by the way, because high likelihood that it's just going to sample different frames of Toadette swimming instead of something that maybe looks more immediately appealing. Anyway, we will see. There's still quite a bit to track through, as you can see, before we actually get to the last bit of zigzag. It's going to be left here, right for one row, left for one row, and then up and down. As you can see, we're actually about to hit 100 seconds, which is going to be when the music speeds up. Which, by the way, is maybe a little concerning, because with that much territory left to cover, I actually think we're going to run into clock trouble. But given the clear rate on this, maybe not. We'll see. This must be what doing a tool-assisted speedrun feels like, you know, where you just step through each frame and get your inputs in. Anyway, at least we can take the time to admire all the background art that is in the NSMVU theme. All the underwater artwork in this game is actually pretty nice. Oh, too much forward momentum here on this wall. That might make a critical difference. For all we know. We've been on this level, I think, about... Oh, wow, that's a lot longer than I thought. Close to about 40 minutes at this point. I did not expect this. Yeah, because I was doing this mental calculation at the very beginning, thinking, you know what? This is going to be ridiculous. It's going to be 25 minutes or something. We have actually been on pace to double that. And... well, yeah, Scraw, I mean, that's why it's kind of important to make sure that you feel like you turn something wasteful into a valuable use of your time. It had actually been a couple years since I last went back to the Coleridge, for instance. And I don't know, what do we want to read next? Like the Digits of Pi or something? Or... yeah, it's too bad that I can't really multitask that well while I'm holding the controller here. Otherwise, I would actually overlay something fun on top of this. Like, you know, try to do some blitz chess or something on an overlay. Scraw TV, you're saying Mario times Wario fanfiction. Did you know that apparently the world record holder for the longest work of fiction ever written by a human being is apparently a Super Smash Bros. Fanfic? It's some massive Super Smash Bros. Crossover fanfic that was going for so long. And Mario, they're not allowed. If Nintendo catches wind of this level, they definitely nuke it. I have seen, like I said, a good lag machine level before. That was actually an interesting piece of design. But you know, if somebody reports this level, for sure Nintendo deletes it, I would say. In fact, perhaps the worst outcome is if we do finish this level and it says a communication error has occurred because it has already officially been taken off servers by the time we get to the end of it. Mail64, you're saying, how did Sonic fanfic manage to lose? Quite possibly Sonic features in the Smash Bros. Fanfic that was in question, and so technically it counts. And yeah, in Mario, it's not fun at all to watch, and probably even less fun to play because I actually have to use my hands for this instead of, you know, doing something interesting at the same time. Because if I'd sort of thought about this ahead of time, and the thing is, I do actually have to, you know, execute around the corners sometimes, as you can see, especially because we're under 100 seconds and the music has picked up. Flagpole's there, we know that it's one row to the left, and we have to do the zigzag, and we're going to be tight on time at the end. It's going to be close. And SSJ Henrik, welcome. We are closing the queue, so I'm glad you got your code in. Hopefully we get to you soon. This will be the only level that looks like this that we'll do today. I do assure you of that. So we'll hopefully get through the remainder of the queue before people have to jump out. Because we have been on this for unreasonably long. Like about 50 minutes at this point, I think. I'm actually impressed that in that time, I think the concurrent viewers have slightly gone up. But hey, that just means that people appreciate Coleridge around here, which is a plus. I wasn't sure how much time I'd have left. I was actually thinking of doing something with the Tempest next. But we won't be able to while I'm trying to navigate this little bit here, and because this bit actually requires a bit of execution when we head up and down. But yeah, we'll turn this corner, and then we turn this corner at about 93 seconds, so at least we'll have a sense of how long it took to go right to left. Like I said, I expect to potentially have trouble with the clock, but we're going to veer towards that and see how close we get. And yeah, it is kind of odd that, you know, we actually have people deciding to sit through this. I mean, I know some of you are also waiting to have your levels played, but while we actually get much lower viewership for content that I guarantee you looks a lot more interesting and dynamic. Fabio, the reason I'm lagging is because this is a lag machine level. What happened at the beginning of this level was that the entity limit was pretty much filled with trampolines and stars, and those objects were kind of compressed together to be superimposed on the screen. So there was a blaster compression that happened and stuffed them all into the same place. This was a trick that is similar to some lag machine tricks that have been known since Maker 1. I know that Steve Gaming, for one, had some videos about how to do the Maker 1 setup. And there are some Maker 2 setups to do this as well. And so the idea is that if you stuff this maximal number of objects onto the screen and kind of compress them into one place, then you get this processing slowdown here. Now, someone had raised much earlier that they wonder if the difference in CPU power for the Switch 2 is going to make a big difference for the kind of practical running time of levels like this one. It might. We're not going to be the ones who test it. So, we will see. Current state of the queue, for those wondering, is still this, which is actually concerningly long. Some people may or may not have dropped out in the meantime. We'll take a look. Luckily for some of the people in queue, we have already seen them today, so they didn't get totally left out in the cold. But yeah, 60 on the clock. Okay, I think we'll make it, depending on how well we swim and drop here. So yeah, if Nintenium is still around, sometime in the next few minutes would be a good time to come back from being AFK. Oh yeah, we need to not get trapped in corners when we swim, because otherwise we lose valuable time. Look at that. That might actually get us in trouble, like this little corner here. Because we have to make sure we get Toadette under the corner before we swim. Because we burned about 2 seconds on that. And that actually could make a difference. Your headset's battery didn't survive and you had to switch headphones. I'm impressed that you were listening to us all this time. And you're saying, I don't have time, I have 50 seconds. Well, this will be the longest 50 seconds of your life. I mean, we're not even at 50 seconds yet, that's how long it is. So yeah, when you actually have inputs, I think the slowdown is a bit pronounced. It's non-linear, like not all of the seconds are the same length. As you can see, it kind of depends on what's going on in the back end at a time. If anything, it feels like we're getting slower. And let's see. And yeah, Fabule, you're saying that your world will be 1 frame and fast. We'll try to get to it quickly. Anyway, let's keep going. See, this is exactly why Nintendo aggressively deletes levels sometimes and spoils the fun for the rest of us. We were just trying to do, you know, ordinary, sensible, non-invasive glitches. And Mario, 50 seconds could be 50 minutes left here, yeah. It's like the doomsday clock, we're always just slightly off of midnight. Actually, we're already in the 40s. I mean, I'm actually kind of worried we won't make it at this point. This has been one big experiment to see if we could actually make it to the goal without running into time trouble, and I'm not totally convinced. You're saying the last level is a Cat Mario, and you're saying that it's hard. Interesting. Well, Fabule, I mean, we've played all kinds of cat levels before, so we know that some of them can be mechanically demanding. And yeah, I said I would close a while ago, but if Lexim, if you're getting into queue, that's fine. try to accommodate you if we get that far. As you can see, we're just about to finish a lag machine level. I may or may not actually beat the clock on this. We're about to find out. There's a great deal of tension as we're nearing the end. But then, you know, the hour-long ordeal of this level will be over. And it actually did take me an hour. Wow. This is not maybe our proudest hour of content on this channel, but we are about to find out whether we hit the clock on this, which has been the point of the exercise all along. And it does feel like it's slowing down, I think, when I'm trying to swim. And yeah, this is intentional lag. We have been sitting through 500 seconds of this in game time, which, like I said, has actually amounted to about an hour, which was well over double my initial estimate. Because, if anything, the lag got worse as we went along. I don't know if we'll make it. We're already down to 20s. We might not make it. I'm impressed with record if that's the case. Surely nobody in their right mind would try this level twice. I mean, I don't know how much we could have meaningfully improved on our execution of this level, so... There was that one little corner bump we had earlier that was very unfortunate. Maybe there are other mechanical nuances to how quickly we go up and down. Well, here's the moment of truth. Can we reach the flag in 20 seconds? We're about to find out. You'll make it, you think? Well, we'll find out. We'll find out. Worst disasters have happened. It's like when you're disciplining a kid and counting up to 5, but not really. Yeah. Except you've decided to count down from 500 instead. You know, 499 and a half, or 199 and 3/4, or 199 and 7/8, etc. You see, not only are you disciplining the kid, but you're also introducing them to the concept of Zeno's paradox, which is a valuable life skill. Look at that, look at that. We're going to make it, we're going to make it. Come on, Toadette, you can do it. You can do it. Samuel Taylor Coleridge died for this. Wasn't that the most satisfying slide down the flagpole? Look at that. She's going to take her time to raise the pink triangle all the way to the top. And look at that. Land. I think Toadette's pretty happy with her accomplishment. We're off the record by 6 seconds, as you can see here. Why did I put a like on this? Okay, never mind. I love how the username here, by the way, is John Clogger, in case there's any mistake about what his whole shtick is. And the fact that this level has remained up and running since 2023 is very impressive, because, like, you know, basically if people notice this level, Nintendo nukes it. And I kind of just want to look at some of the clear times on this stuff. Look at that. Panga's got the record on this, so this guy's been played. And it's interesting because Panga's got this down on a level that hardly anybody has actually played. Aura's got a record on this. So it's somebody who likes to troll streamers, basically. Like, it's all streamers with records here on very, very few clears, historically speaking. In fact, I kind of want to look at who has played this stuff and cleared it. Cat's got it. I need to take a moment to kind of relax my thumb anyway, by the way, as while we see what's going on. Stop the bus. I feel like that's like a desert bus veteran or something. And I am closing the queue, by the way. And you're saying Fart Guy 69 is Moon Moon. Okay. I actually didn't know that. I don't really watch Moon much. I just kind of see them around, dominating the category when they are around. I love how First Clear down here actually got First Clear. The Missouri vaccination, I think I better not ask. And, yeah, I guess... Zero Planes dropped because Zero Planes is a sensible person who values his time, in spite of the fact that he plays so much Endless. And, well, that's the situation. Hey, did I beat the clear check time, or... I think I was right around it, right? Because I also had sort of an 807 or something, didn't I? I'd have to go back and see. But I think I might realistically have slightly surpassed the clear check time. Or gotten very close to it. Anyway, that's over. Never again. Thank you for the submission, Scraw. I should have thought about leaving a clear comment. No, I'm not doing it. Putting a little clear required comment in that. But, oh yeah, we should have actually looked at the comments. So, yeah, you're right. And we are closing the queue. So, CB Battle, if you want to try to stuff your code in. This guy's happy with what he sat through. It's funny because he actually achieved a record as well. How? I love how nice proceeded to how. Okay, we are going to close queue. Let me mark this as a win and bring in the next one first. Yeah, I should have thought about leaving a clear required comment, but a missed opportunity is exactly that. No regrets. Yeah, CB Battle, that's fine. If you are in, we'll hopefully finish with you. No, that's okay. Don't bother deleting. If you're able to stay to the end, we will try to accommodate you. I usually manage to play everybody who does get into the queue if they're able to stay, but it might be a bit of a long wait at this point because we didn't expect to blow our thumbs out for an hour on that level. Nintendo, I'm going to put in your code and then I'm going to close. And thank you for confirming right on time that you have in fact been here all the while. And sorry to everybody who actually was a bit impatient with the ordeal that we just went through, but we have some high clear rates coming, so we'll get there. Fabiola, you're going to be a little further down the list. Let me put the list on the screen in the intended order. I don't know if everybody there is still going to stay in, but we'll figure that out. I'm going to also edit the stream title to indicate that we are closed, and I'll make sure the bot is displaying properly. Just give me one moment here. It actually says queue closed. And then let us finally continue to something quick. Haunted Highway, speedrun, enjoy. Yes, Nintentium, after what we just went through, I think a speedrun is exactly the chaser we need. Do we even remember how to play fast? I'm not sure I do. Okay, and then jump up. And there's the clear. After the previous level, that felt blazing fast. Like we'd just been through some kind of relativistic time dilation or something. Look at that, I matched a record because there's really no flexibility. For that, I think it was just hold down and hold right rather than just full jump through everything. But Nintendo, this was actually the perfect way to follow up the previous one and maybe wash the taste of a clogged toilet out of our mouth. S2 is chilling if you're still here. I know you asked earlier on that there was some reason you wanted me to spend 10 minutes on yours. Do check in. If that's the case, I'll check this code anyway. But if S2 is chilling, doesn't speak in chat, we'll bump you back a spot or something. Maybe. We'll see. We'll look at a clear rate and then we'll see what we can do. And yeah, Nintendo, I guess it kind of averages out right between those two levels. So, gaming RN free clear level. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. That S2 is chilling wanted me to, for some reason, stall on this level and stretch out the time expended, because this is apparently some kind of experiment in like data manipulation or something, which tells me that I actually don't want to just play it, because first of all, after sitting through the water level, I'm not going to sit on this level and stare at it for 10 minutes. I'm not going to do it. Yeah, I do see S2 is chilling, still kind of chilling on the chat list, but if they don't speak up, I will actually bypass this one because they wanted me to do something very specific with this for kind of data manipulation purposes, which was to try to wait out the clock and do a long clear on it. So if that's the case, I'm actually not going to touch this because there was something I was supposed to kind of do with it instead. So I'm not going to clear it, actually. I'm going to leave it because the maker is trying to do something with that and was telling me earlier that they wanted a long clear. Ordinarily, I would do it, by the way, but we already did kind of a long, boring sit on one level today, and I don't think we can punish our viewers by doing a second one. At least not today. Maybe we'll do it a different day. So let's just bump it out. And if S2 comes back, we'll talk about that. Isolated Wolf. Let me take a look at this. I don't know if this was the same code as previously, but like I said, I originally sort of asked you to resubmit in case we could do a more concerted series of attempts on Operation Seesaw. Obviously, the landscape of this stream has changed a bit since then. I can try to put in a few more attempts, but I will not be able to kind of grind it out to completion, I think, because, again, if I had that hour back that I just spent on the water level, maybe I would, but this was a bit of a victim of circumstance, I think. If you want to send something else for now, that would be maybe better, because I do want to put in a serious clear attempt on this level. And I think at this point in the stream, it's not going to happen now. So yeah, we can do a different code. But I would very much like to clear the Seesaw level at some point. Bowser's Castle of Treachery. It'll take a bit of skill and a touch of luck to reach the end. Be careful. Yeah, again, 3 clears on this, very low rate. We will try it, but we'll see how we do. I don't necessarily expect to sit through a long clear. Oh, I see. It's just careful platforming where you try not to get caught in the springs. Okay, so it's actually kind of standard platforming tech. It's just that you have to be super careful with everything. I think we should jump in the middle, not go under or something. Almost got it. And then it's about a minute 45 record on it, which tells me that you just have to be very consistent over a long time. Oh, we missed a train here. No, we didn't, because it is a platform that is not tracked and it just comes back. 300 seconds on a clock, that will not be tight. But then we have to deal with hammers. Okay. Snipe you exactly in the spot where you want to jump. Okay. Yeah, some of it is just careful repositioning. Now, all those arrows seem to imply to me that maybe we're supposed to go fast. But we'll see. Nope. I was trying to evade that, but we got a bit too fancy. I was trying to jump on a cannonball. Yeah, we can get a good entry between those, and we just need to adjust to make sure we're safe on the platform. But there's a particular timing that does work, and works well. We just need to find it consistently enough. Like that. Oh, no. Bad climb there. So yeah, this is very much just a kind of lengthy consistency level, which is great. I actually like that kind of difficulty design, as long as we can find some kind of consistent approach to each individual obstacle. So yeah, given clear rate and length, I'm unlikely to do it all in one go today, but I don't mind doing a bit of a preview look at it to just see how far we can press. Oops. And there is a checkpoint halfway, you're saying? Yeah. Well, it gives us a potential target. Oh. There is, of course, a little bit of chain chomp RNG that we might have to deal with. That's one thing that unfortunately could be inconsistent, is where the chain chomps are going to go. As you can see, that really kind of obstructed me on that particular moment, so... Like I said, I do like marathon levels that have lots of kind of medium-hard difficulty elements to them. But they need to be levels that can be mastered through consistency, and that seems to be the case most of the way here. I do worry about those chain chomps, though, because sometimes I think, you know, chain chomp RNG can absolutely just blow an attempt by itself. And that would be less than pleasant. Oh. Oh, nope. Just got caught back a little bit. And Lexon, you're saying that your level has something unique inspired by Super Mario Galaxy? Interesting. We're looking forward to that. You might have to remind me when we get there, but maybe it'll just be highly noticeable by itself. Yeah, look at that. Chomp RNG. We are, however, going to make it through. Whoops. I was trying to dodge that thwomp, and that didn't quite go. Yeah, it's just one of these where we just need to figure out one element at a time. Yeah, again, we just don't know where the chomps will go. We have to stay at the bottom of that vine, and even so, I think that could be reached, and so... Oops. I was trying to cling onto the vine, but it flipped me to the right side, and that's what happened. Whoops. And we just need to be careful on the ice as well. Okay, sometimes you get a consistent, or at least convenient, chain jump moment. I didn't even notice that hammer the last time I was in that spot, but that's because we blasted through that quickly enough that the hammer drop was not an issue. Rather, we died to the thwomp quickly enough that the hammer was not an issue. Okay. Okay. Oh, nope. I just slipped off when I was trying to climb up. best way to lose. Whoops. But yeah, I do have kind of an intended route through the early springs here, so... Oh, nope. A little too much momentum. I'm trying to catch the vine, but at the same time, I'm being very cautious about the jumps. Because I know the chomps can come down if we just look at them the wrong way, right? So, and of course, I'm just kind of overshooting the jump a little bit when trying to get to the vine because I'm picking up a little too much momentum going into that. So if we can just catch that accurately, we'll be in far better shape. Nope. Yeah, that shot way down that time, as you can see. So in the context of a level like this, I'm not too fond of having an element with that much randomness, like chomps. Because basically sometimes they'll give you a good position and sometimes they won't. But at least it's early in the level, so you don't need to repeat too much. If it was something like chomp RNG much later in the level that you had to deal with, then that would obviously be a big problem. Nope, just couldn't get in position. You see, because you never know how low the middle chomp on the right is going to go. So it isn't really safe to just jump onto the vine unless you have a very precise level of control over which column you're going to. Okay, good. On a switch, I was trying to get out of that trap, but we didn't manage to evade it. Yeah, on a technical level, this level is actually pretty approachable. You know, it's something that standard Mario players can just play, but you do have to watch out for a little bit of trickery. And need a really good shallow angle under the thwomp. You can't really just go over the thwomp because the hammer will catch you, I think. But whoops. Unrelated Mail64, but you didn't manage to be one Hey Pikmin step away from a complete Pikmin collection. You didn't manage to be, as in you actually did acquire Hey Pikmin, or what? Yeah, I actually borrowed Pikmin Deluxe and Switch from a family member in case I want to try Ultra Spicy, but I haven't actually gotten around to it yet. From having played a demo, I think the controls are going to be a bit of an adjustment for me if I do get into it. I played Pikmin 3 originally once on Gamepad and once on Stylus when Stylus was patched in a year after release. And of course the Switch release has neither of those. It does have kind of the gyro approximation of what was formerly done by the Wii IR pointer, which itself doesn't work quite as well. So I actually have not played Hey Pikmin. I was really excited about the concept actually when they first showed it off, but just didn't manage to jump off the vine here. So you said you got Pikmin 3 Deluxe on Switch. Hang on, I have to read this. You do have Pikmin 1 and 2 on GC, on GameCube, Wii U, and Switch. I see, yeah. Yeah, one of the last things I picked up on the Wii U before the shutdown was the Wii releases of Pikmin 1 and 2 on Wii U, because I never had the Wii versions of those on disc with the new play control, as they call it. Whoops, I was trying to beat that thing there. I've actually been going over Metroid Prime Trilogy here and there off stream lately. And so my Wii Remote has been seeing quite a bit of use. It's funny because my Wii U is getting so much play right before the Switch 2 releases, and technically, you know, I'm playing Wii games on it. How are you sending off your Switch 1? Well, in my case, I'm playing the Wii. Yeah, Fabiola, you have to finish your world, as in, are you still doing a clear check on it? Because you'll have to do it before I get to your code. And yeah, like I said, I won't be doing a world all in one go. But I can play a set of levels if they are short. I don't mind doing that. Yeah, I got the DLC for 3 on Wii U. Mostly as Club Nintendo rewards, I think, from way back. I know I got them for free. That I enjoyed them quite a bit. In terms of the time challenges. That was when I really kind of got to play a bit using stylus control, because I played the main game at launch with the gamepad. And the thing about, you know, Pikmin 3 is that on Wii U you had 3 different control schemes. You had gamepad, you had Wii Remote, and you had stylus. And none of them felt like it was a control scheme that would be best at everything. Like, every one of those was kind of superior in one respect, but not superior in another. And then, of course, the implementation on Switch for the Joy-Cons adds an additional wrinkle to that as well. I'm going to, yes, Wolf, make one more attempt to get past a bit with the on-off switch in the spring. If I don't get past it, I will probably call it this one. And I know I've cut it a bit short, and that, you know, it feels like I'm going to be unfair to every level that I have to cut short today simply because we spent so long on the water one. But since we already did spend some time on one of yours today, I will not drag it out too long. Because I do want to get to some of the new people who came in as well. But as with the Seesaw level, I think this is one where, you know, you just kind of need to put in the time. Unfortunately, there are several RNG elements. One of them is the hammer, one of them is the chain chomp. So my main reservation with this is that, you know, for something like a long marathon challenge level, they feel more approachable when you have fewer RNG elements, essentially, because in some ways the point of a level like this is to find consistent methods, right? But thank you for that. I don't mind going back to it at some point, but of course we'll prioritize the Seesaw one instead. So let's go on. Okay, Mail64, let's take a look at the code that you sent me. You said that this is something I've played before, but I can see a new route on it, right? So let's take a look. Lava Bomb Mix. You'll potentially have to remind me which path I didn't take, because it might not be obvious to me right away. Right, yeah, I remember this level. I just don't remember what we didn't do. Because there's so much flexibility to it. We didn't hit this question block, but it is reachable. And we can do this drop here. I think we'd previously gone up this way, right? We'd done something with the Koopa shell. Oh yeah, we hadn't gone to the right to see what was going on with the Kuriboh chute. So maybe we should take that route. I'm just calculating this. This is a little out of reach for a shell jump, I think. Not that we do it. But let's lower the bomb, and it's going to be set on fire. When it's set on fire, then it's going to lower a lot of things. I'll give you the bullet down here. Feels like we can lower this further then. And then that would crush that, and then let's drop in and see what's going on here. Whoop, nope, not like that. It looks like that's supposed to maybe launch something that would then dunk the bone shell and hopefully give you access. Well, no, I hadn't really calculated that properly yet to see what was happening. Let's just skip ahead to this. No, we do need to go to the same route up top. Yeah, Isolated Wolf, thank you for the submissions once again and for lurking. Now that you've switched to that instead. And we'll let this go. And yeah, Lexim, you're still here. Yeah, no worries. I completely expect that people need to multitask when they're waiting for their levels. That's very, very normal. Whoops. Oh, you can totally just jump off the bullet to go up there. We should have done that. That's how you get the boot, in fact. We just hadn't thought about it. But if we get this blaster to open up, we're already doing some things a bit differently from how they went earlier. So we come up here. Oh, no. I bet we can probably lead the bullet way up. Let's try to do it. Give it some space. We're going to try it. We need to give it a bit more room. Nope, not quite. Actually, if we just jump onto the right side, if we can make it, then it kind of makes more sense to do it that way. No, not quite. We're going to try to reach it. No, wasn't watching my head there. We tried a few times, we won't stall on it for too long. That's okay, we made it. It's the important thing. We got the boot. I know that through the pipe path previously we saw a potential boot interaction that we're obviously not going to see now. But the boot also allows you to jump over this column if you want. But we might as well just lower it. Then, oh. Fire flower over here though, we're not going to see that, but we will come over here to see this door. And, oh, yeah, we'll take the Shelmet. And then we'll use whatever's next as the on-off switch. Oh, no, we need to actually press it. Oop. Oh, no, lost a boot. Oh yeah, we'd seen this fight before, we just didn't manage to keep the boot this time. Would have been nicer to keep the boot, obviously. Now, I'm going to try to do a P entry without activating the P switch just to see what happens on the other side. Nothing happens on the other side. Oh, this is what happens on the other side, is that That's okay, because even if you get stuck here... Well, the problem is, though, what if you don't have the helmet? If you don't have the helmet and you do that kind of P-switch entry... Because there's no hard requirement to have the P-switch activated by the time you go through the key door, then this could actually be a lock. So that's why we playtest. And that's why you send me your levels, so I can mess around with stuff like that. So yeah, glad we found that. That is absolutely something with lock potential. And we'll grab fire. I think we hadn't seen the fire route previously, so we'll do that. And we can't really grab that. I can't see down here, that's the issue. I don't know if it's safe. I see a P block down there. Okay, so it would have been safe. I have a vague memory that I checked that previously as well. Oh, oh yeah, because I remember this on-off interaction. Can we actually bump anything else with that? Like bump into this thing? I bet we can. Well, except now it's going too low, so maybe not. Would have been interesting to see if we could actually do something there, though. Hang on, just going to mess around with this a little bit, perhaps. Oh, not quite. And then, what if we bump it back? That would break access to this block, though, potentially. Oh. Yeah, let's crouch jump it. And let's see if we can continue juggling it. Yeah, you see, now it's going to float down like this. And so that could actually have an impact. Because you could roll it over to the other blocks on the left side. Potentially. Like that. So what if we came down? Oh, now we can blow all that up. Now that gets interesting. Down and give me something. Let's try to knock that down over to the left just to see if we can punch through. I mean, you have a lot of flexibility at this point if you can just drive a spike ball wherever you want in the level, right? So for example, down here, is there something we can break? We can break some of this stuff. You can actually potentially... I wonder if you can escort it all the way to this wall on the right and just break the scroll wall. We probably won't have time to try it, but... it looks possible. But we'll break this one instead. But, yeah, this just goes back to checkpoint. But it absolutely looks possible to break the scroll wall if you wanted to do it. Oh, except now we have no helmet. Okay, so we can't bump it anymore, but I feel like this actually is very much a possibility if you just break this and spawn some more. And the fact that it's all hard blocks on the right side tells me that it's probably breakable by design, right? Like, it doesn't seem like an accident that you would make a hard block scroll wall on a level that gives you so many spike balls. It looks very, very possible. We have 37 seconds. Let's just get out. But how do I get out at this point? Not through here, I don't. Whoop. Spiny hat. Checkpoints. Oh, yes. Okay, so on the left side, that's a boot exit. That is absolutely a boot route. You think it's a massive shortcut to break the scroll wall? Yeah, because wouldn't it be something like this wall here? I mean, it would take a lot of time to set up. It's just something interesting that you can try. It looks very much like the player has that flexibility. We're supposed to have fire here at some point, aren't we? Netscape, we're at checkpoint. Let's just finish it up from checkpoint, and then we can see what it looks like. Okay. And head up and see what... Oh, that was also a sign of a boot route up top, actually. If you look at all those spikes, that seems very much like it's meant for the boot. Oh, whoops. Didn't manage to jump this. Okay. Oh, let's watch out. Okay, star works too if we want to do that. And then we can just run across like that. Okay, so we found some new material. Yeah, there's definitely this possibility with the helmet and with the layout that once you find the pipe that spawns these spike balls in that second segment, that you can definitely just break that room however you like, if your control is good enough. Anyway, thank you so much for the follow. And for the GGs. Pitch Shifter, if you're still here. We'll take a look at an additional code from you. I'll check the code while we wait for him to check in. If he doesn't, then we'll bump him back. You're here. Okay. And thank you so much for the follow once again. Focus Team, Final Fantasy V. Okay. Once again, let me just see the remaining state of the queue so we know how quickly we'll get to everyone. Okay, good. We're actually back to making good time after the ordeal earlier. And then we will try to control our jumps a bit. Okay, there we go. Oh. One of the more durable melodies of the Final Fantasy series. I rather like the instrumentation that you have for that in this level here. Yep, we'll be careful. And that's the first segment, and as before, it will be a key for the first try completion. SMB2 mushroom there, that's just an instrument, I think. There's a column above that, too. 1992. GG, and so we'll actually do the second segment on the first try, which is great. And we'll get the Final Fantasy victory music. Alright, very satisfying as before. Yeah, I'm glad we just got the key route on the first try. And thank you again, Pitch Shifter. And Vebule is still here. So, as I said, if you want me to queue up the Super World, we'll do at least the first level, and then we'll see how we're doing for time. If the levels are going quickly, we will queue a few in a row. That's the usual policy that we have for that. So we'll do that. We're not doing 5 worlds, obviously, but we'll try to see what we can. Oh, so it's actually Fabio Le BGGG. Okay, yeah. I was calling you Fabio the whole time, but Fabio. Yeah. Okay, Fabio. Let's see this. Freshly clear check today, I see. One frame level. Okay. Oh, I see. Then we just get through this really, really quickly. Unless there's any kind of trick to it. I guess we'll... Oh, you know what? This is a bit of a locking risk up here, though. This here. This locks the player. Always have to watch out for that. Because, I mean, you know, most players know not to do that, but it is absolutely a lock if they do it. And so you did usually want to put something like some invisible blocks on top to prevent that, because definitely some people like me will mess around. Well, it says one frame, right? So we'll keep on going. We'll just do much as we can. We'll speed through it. Yeah, might as well do them all. And yeah, that's a classic soft lock. The semi-solid on the ceiling with the hard blocks to ground tiles on either side. It was all over the place in Maker 1 when people were still kind of learning this game. I'm going to skip over the flag just to see. Nothing too much going on here. Fabio promised me some kind of difficult cat level at the end. So, let's keep going and we'll keep speeding through it to the extent that we can. I can see why this was submitted as a world rather than as individual levels. This is actually kind of a nice change from the hour-long water level that we did earlier. So, something is going on with the P-switch here. Nothing too much, really. Let's just keep going. I feel like you designed this as a speedrun challenge or something almost, you know, where the clears are trivial, but maybe the whole point is to just condense the entire run into something as quick as you can. So this will actually be kind of a test of our Super World policy, which is do as much as you can until the 15-minute mark or so. Usually that means, oh, maybe we'll have time for 3 or 4 levels or something if it's traditional. Here, it just means we're just going to try to beat it in 15 minutes. Unless it significantly escalates. Once the next world is apparently hard. So, we'll see. Okay, we got cats. Maybe that's the super difficult cat level that you were talking about. I get the feeling that you challenged yourself to queue your code and then put a super world together in the time that it took me to get to your level. Which is fine, that's a self-imposed speedrun challenge, I guess. Thank you for the GGs so far. We'll see if we can just blast through it. I mean, maybe there's a sudden difficulty spike and uptick that happens. We should also take care to actually pick up 1-ups at the flagpoles, just in case we want them later. I've been very casual about this so far, and so might as well bank some lives in case we need them. kind of appreciate that everything since the water level from everyone has been so quick. I mean, I guess apart from the hard one that we didn't grind through by Isolated Wolf. But everything else has been really snappy. You know what? We don't listen to instructions. I'm not hitting that switch. And yeah, Lexim, honestly, this is a nice change of pace from the long water level. Oh, yeah. Certainly as a player. Feels like we're getting some compensation. Especially because, you know, people did have to wait so long as well. And I'm glad that people managed to stay and that I was able to show their levels accordingly. We're not going to bother with the one-up houses. You don't need to see how bad I am at the baseball minigame, although every time I see it, I take great pleasure in noticing how it has brought in all the sound effects from the original NES baseball, which are unforgettable if you ever hit that game for any degree of time. This time we have a clear condition. There we go. This one actually had a 20-second time limit to it. I'm going to look at the timestamps on the level afterwards, because I actually do kind of suspect that you started making this when you joined the queue. Or rather started clear checking it at the very least. That's the only thing we'd have evidence for, is how quickly you put this together, but if you did manage to put together a super world to clear check it in time to put it on stream, I guess conceptually we should be impressed with that. But anyway, I think we actually will make it in terms of speeding through all 5 worlds in time. Oh, look at that. It's actually something lethal. Surprise. I love how the player has 300 seconds on this one, just in case you need the time to deal with the fact that there's suddenly a threat. You took a year to make this world. Okay, well, I mean, I guess it was a year in the same way that that water level was 500 seconds, where, you know, you just have a distortion field that was unevenly applied. It's okay, we're not complaining. We're absolutely not complaining. I really don't mind playing this. And the 5th world having the last level may be a bit hard, so maybe the point is to bank up as many 1-ups as possible before you get to the last one. Mail64 says, for this to actually be possible for you, a stream would have to last over 5 years. Oh, in terms of having you cram the entirety of your super world and clear check it. I guess we could challenge ourselves to get to the top of the flag, but right now I'm mostly challenging myself to just do the whole super world in one go. So yeah, Mail64, if you're not sure you'll finish this year, luckily, I mean, Maker 2 is going to remain alive going into the Switch 2, which is better than the situation was for Maker 1. And the thing about Maker 1, actually, that strikes me is how actively committed the community still was, even after the release of Switch 1. That, you know, in some ways, some of the most interesting things in Maker 1 happened in 2017, 18, 19. Look at that, we got a world record for once. Our first one. Look at this. There's a little knob that just goes nowhere. Surprise. But yeah, there are actually some threats on the field now, so we shouldn't be too complacent. Is this a pick-a-pipe? It is a pick-a-pipe. But the spike is thankfully not lethal, so... Oh, we are going to die to the timer, though, if we pick the wrong one. That was almost a death, because I didn't realize we would drop to the left of the flag. And it took me a moment to realize that I had to press right. We almost had a repeat of grabbing the one up on a flag and timing out at the same time, like we did on one of Redox's levels multiple times. And the last time I did viewer levels. I guess Fabio wasn't expecting me to actually beat the timer on that one. Yeah, because now we actually have stringent time limits, right? We actually have to be a little careful. And yeah, Lexum, I mean, you know, that's why I have the Super World policy that I do, because generally, like I said, when people queue Super Worlds, I tell them I'll do the first level, and if we have done it in under 15 minutes, I'll just keep queuing more. And the reason we do that is because if people are doing easy traditional levels that were designed for the Super World format, you know, you want them to properly shine in their intended format, even if it's just for a bit. Otherwise, you have situations where somebody who's making a traditional level with a 10% clear rate or something waits 3 hours to be played because I've got, you know, lag machine water level, and then a troll level, and then a one-screen puzzle, and then a mole level, and so on. And by the time you get to them, if you're a traditional maker, I think that you're thinking about things in chunks of bigger than just one level at a time. And we should try to properly appreciate that. So, and yeah, Lexum will definitely get to you at this point. I'm less concerned about that, really, than I was earlier when you queued, in terms of whether that would realistically happen. But like I always say, for anybody who's new here, my usual policy is if you get in before closing, I will play you if you're still around. Oh yeah, we actually do need to kick this stuff. 40 seconds, that's fine. We shouldn't have lost the helmet. Because now we actually have a bit of a problem, which is that I need to make sure we blow up that... Yeah, because if we don't have access to the spiny helmet, then we would need the shell, or rather the bomb to detonate in midair, and we don't want to mess around with that. We should actually get the helmet last so we don't accidentally blow it, perhaps. Oh, whoops. We will have time. Actually, we can already blow it up now and get to the goal. I should have tested to see if we could lock ourselves by jumping all the way to the top by blowing up another column, in fact. Although you would need a bit of a diagonal path to do it. That's a world record. Okay, great. Thanks for that, I guess. Because I did that pretty slowly. And yeah, if we hit game over in the last level, no big deal. We'll redo it. Look at that. Damageless completion. Okay, And then now, everything is dark and full of terrors. And this is actually the last level, so let's see how much it's going to punish us for skipping all of the one-up houses earlier. This is not Cat Mario, unless we have the amiibo for it. Also, well, I mean, it's not quite an analog to 1-1, but we always check the pipe. And we'll just need to watch out for that. Yeah, the final level when we finally invented side-scrolling, right? Which is very much in keeping with what SMB1 accomplished. At least we can scroll left this time. Sniper thwomps all over the place, checkpoints. Although 16 deaths later we'll lose the checkpoint, so let's not get too complacent about it. And that's why we have a checkpoint. Cat Mario the Troll game. Okay, I'm not familiar with it by that name, actually. Maybe I just don't keep up with the trolling scene enough. Okay, so this is a death zone. We'll just make sure we go over it. Yeah, I know troll levels in Maker. I don't know much about trolls outside of that, so we'll just be a bit more careful with this. Otherwise, we'll just redo everything up to checkpoint 1 after another 14 deaths. Okay, let's check this. Okay, oh, yeah, that's the pit. Just need to remember that. It's alright, just a bit of experimentation will get us through. Let's not go down there. Let's just go this way, and then we'll figure out which column we pass to trigger the switch toggle. It's definitely some kind of on-off switch toggle, probably from a thwomp. Okay, that's fine. We didn't get trapped down here, that's important. Interesting, and that's just a lock trap. We are obviously going to restart. We're not going to sit through it. Seems like we got lucky on some of the thwomps the first time, though. Like that one, for instance. Okay, there we go. That's quick. The lower route is actually much safer. We should keep that in mind. We will not go down the pipe, but we will go over this area here. Thwomp down there, very tricky. We will, of course, check this. And that's it. Okay, so we actually got it done in pretty short order. World record on this one as well, surprisingly. I guess that's because we had to restart after the lock, but that's even with the death at checkpoint, I think, so the record will not stand. But the clear will still be there. And yeah, we actually did the whole thing in a little under 20 minutes, so that's entirely on par with what we tried to do out of a Super World submission. World clear. And thank you so much for the GGs and for the levels. I'm glad we didn't exhaust our very minimal bank of 1-ups too. SSJ Henrik, thank you for sticking around for so long. Oh yeah, I said I was going to look at the upload times because I was curious whether it all... Oh, actually, this came up over quite a long time. You did say you were on this for about a year. And the Cat Mario level was actually the first one here. Which one was... Oh, yeah, some of these were not part of the sets. Okay, that's fine. Is that a 5 or an S? I have to read this carefully sometimes. There we go. Yeah, we may actually, in fact, get through everybody. Not a troll, just bad design. Built with love and questionable choices. Okay. Low clear rate, 51-minute record. Let's see how much of it we can do. I don't mind playing trolls. I don't mind playing long trolls even. It's just that given the positioning in today's stream where we had a bit of a long sit, and we're trying to close out soon, I don't know if I'll clear it this sitting necessarily, but I'll try to give it a decent amount of time. And then it says no, so obviously we'll check it. Because why not? And yeah, Lexa, I'm going to try to make sure that we don't keep you waiting too long, I hope. Fish over here. I feel like that's a potential entry pipe. That looks really suspicious. And then... who knows? Okay. Now, interestingly enough, okay, I thought that might be it. But I was actually thinking that if we sort of grabbed this and did an arrow shot quickly enough, that it would actually be able to get you through. But you'd have to be extremely quick, because you would be within camera view of the muncher trigger on the left side. Maybe it's not breakable because of the way the arrow shot would actually drop. Oh, I'm going to check the up pipe. It's sort of necessary. And Mill64, you have a good day as well. And well, we got to see some new material in your existing levels, and I hope the playtests were, as usual, useful in some form. And again, best of luck with the Switch 2 queue coming through. Nope, nothing. So what happens when we eliminate this first? Oh, it just comes out again, okay. And then we don't have a key in this side. I feel like we are supposed to grab the sword and then try to get out with some mechanism. So there's a bomb there, as you can see. It's when there's a pipe spawn that the bomb is going to activate. So we do this. Oh, and it double tapped. It's too bad because the timing is just slightly off. I feel like it's doable. The problem was that the arrow hit the switch at the exact same frame. Because I feel like that method's actually feasible. In a troll setting, maybe that's not going to be the intended solution, but we don't really care that much about intended solutions. Nope, too late. Might be doable, that it would be cheese. Yeah, it feels like it is doable, because the arrow shot was early enough to have a tile or two of extra room, I think, when I was trying to shot. I'm going to try just one or two more times to see if it's feasible, and then we'll try to do a slightly more intended path. Because I think there's some kind of stacking that's supposed to happen here. Oh, no. Okay, no, we were within range of the column that time, that's why. So let's do this. Yeah, we have to be very careful about the camera when we scroll over to the Master Sword. Okay. I'll try it maybe one more time to try to get a good shot off and see if we can get the timing to work. I feel like you're actually kind of supposed to blow this up and get in the pipe before... Yeah, that looks like intended. And then you have the off switch here, and then that stuffs you. Okay. That would skip a lot, yeah. Well, we'll continue like this. If we don't hit checkpoint, maybe I'll give it another try. And then see what we can do. Okay. Notice that it's hard blocks all over the place here. It looks very much like you could potentially just blow some things up. That feels like a total trap. Oops. I feel like it's actually possible to jump that and then... Well, we'll try it. But yeah, even if I don't execute it, it might be something that is worth testing out more thoroughly, I think. Because it looked like from the time that I did shoot the block that the timing to get it to toggle the switch is very much possible if you're just very exact about the shot timing. Yeah, so we know the real solution to this, but we'll... Oh, no. I was trying to watch the Muncher coming out of the blaster to try to beat it with exactly the right timing, but... I think by the time the Muncher comes out, it's already too late to take the shot. Because it'll drop faster than my arrow will fly, so we'll... Whoops. I keep running into this. But yeah, we might as well see what happens if there is a skip there. Okay. So we'll just be very careful. No. Okay, I'm going to stop trying it. Let's just proceed with the real way. But like I said, I think it looks very, very possible. We should check some of this stuff here too. That's some kind of clue about a snowball. Interesting. Oh, no, that's not a clue. That's just a scrawl on the bathroom stall, basically. I don't know. Maybe it's a clue. Just... Oh, no. Oh, okay, bomb chew, so that doesn't work. But if you... If you let go of precise timing. I want to get back over to the other room with Link, though, because then I can take the bomb. So yeah, the bomb chew actually prevents this from maybe... Okay, we're going to try to do this timing. Okay, now we get through here. And then... It doesn't get you the key, though. Oh, this gets you the key. Oh, no, it's because it's semi-solid. But if it blows that up, does that do anything productive? Well, I mean, it gets us back to the state that we were in, which is we have the Master Sword here. But then how does that give you any kind of skip? I don't think it does. You did fix the cheese. Okay, yeah. Oh, I see. Because if you didn't have a semi-solid platform here, then the idea is that you would have a cheese issue here, right? So, okay. So I guess whatever it was, you did fix it. So I wonder if we can stack this somehow to enter. Let's think about that then. Because what if... Well, I mean, we blew this up on this side, though, so does it have an activation here any longer? Well, it leaves it in the on state. So if we leave it in the on state, let's see what happens if we continue this way, because that does change something, doesn't it? It means that it's already on that side. And, which is good, because otherwise this shot would be totally blocked, perhaps. Oh, no, I was trying to blow that up. Yeah, no, I was trying to do diagonal shot over here because I expected that we'd need a double shot in this spot, and in fact we do. Like I said, we might not do the whole clear path, but we'll try to do what we can. So yeah, there's no particular advantage to taking the Master Sword back here then. Unless there's some reason why we wanted to break that conspicuous looking hard block. But yeah, I expected completely that... Oh, look at those Goombas on the left. That this would be a double tap where we just try to jump out like this. And then I was trying to leave one of those platforms intact so we could keep the Master Sword coming out of here, but I guess maybe not. And then, yeah, that's what happens. If you stall the timing a little bit, then maybe it's possible to drop down there, and then we get to checkpoint 1. Oh, whoops. Never ran into that before, actually. But there's a first time for everything. Okay. In we go, and then we'll do all this. Okay, almost got caught there. Okay. And then if we tap like this... Oh no, because it's a Bombchu. Well, the Bombchu can be tapped though, and that, which would have been an easier way to do the activation of the on-off switch at the beginning that we saw much earlier. Unfortunately, we don't have a good angle to travel up here. But we do have checkpoint. What if we slide Thwomp over and try to Thwomp it down here instead? Then can we... Oh, it's just a side Thwomp, what it looks like. Oh no, it's not. It's a down Thwomp. But do we want to have it deliberately miss the on-off? Don't we start in the on state? So what's the difference for if we start in the off state? Let's just jump in and find out. Okay, that's what happens. Right, so if it starts in the off state, then that's okay. The gate's already open. Oops. Or rather, no, if it starts in the off state, then you actually do need to activate it to on, it seems. And do we want to be here? Not necessarily. Very suspicious. Because it looks like there is a path to the blue pipe down below. What happens if we just drop down here? Do I want to know? Maybe not. Okay. Anti-soft lock game, maybe? I don't know. Not really, because it's not like there's a depth that you're aiming for. Or is there? I guess there's a spike. Yeah, there's a spike on the bottom right. That's supposed to be the anti-soft lock spot. Okay. And then... So yeah, because the idea is that you keep running into the power-up and then you have trouble hitting the spike. You spring up here instead. Interesting. But then what we can do is we can take damage here, like that. And we'll try to dodge the sword. Maybe we can't. Yeah, that's the anti-soft lock game here. And then that's going to be a in for sure. There we go. And yeah, don't worry too much about that. Lexim, we will not necessarily do the full clear. So, what if I try to get the Thwomp to come down on the block? Oh, whoops. I guess we didn't see it. There is, of course, a lower path for the blue pipe. Maybe we should check that. Although I don't know if that's reachable for this location. Maybe not. Might be actually a path out of that blue pipe later. We have to wrap around to this side. Okay. Do you come back? No real reason to. But then you never know. I mean, there could be something that was activated back there that we don't know about. And something to the right is telling you fire flower plus the bomb. So I guess we don't want to be trapped down here, but there is a block here or something, right, where we can stand and get out? Or was I wrong? Okay, no, it was up, all the way up here. So we actually got into the anti-soft lock issue again, but then we fell in gracefully this time before the sword spawned on us. Okay. And Descriptivist, welcome. I'm sure Toadette has all kinds of gorgeous costuming in Mario Kart World that we don't even know about yet. I know there have been some pictures already on things like the Nintendo app and all that. Or on the new Nintendo Today news app, they've been sharing Kart World costumes every day. Yeah, it looks like you do need the sword here. And the Pokey falls on you. I think we have to wait out the P-switch and then jump back towards the location. I think that was the implication, but we could be wrong. We see a couple of different ways to potentially acquire a sword, but not a very good way to get out of here. There are a few different semi-solid traps and the like. Oh, that just drops, though. So that doesn't work. Okay. That's just a pokey blocking location. So we see some invisible blocks that are on a path that goes back up. We do also see a way to acquire a sword. Actually, yeah, no, that's what it is. You give it some room, then you acquire that sword that comes out of the pipe. That's what it is. Now, unfortunately, we have to deal with the twister on the right side portion of the anti-soft lock, which means that we might as well just pick it up. We'll have to deal with it anyway. So I say about anti-soft locks, they are usually fun a maximum of once. But yeah, I see how to do it. You have enough time on the P-switches that you can back up and grab the sword, and then proceed. What? But sometimes with anti-soft locks, it's actually just faster to redo the level. And it may actually be the case here. Okay, let's blow ourselves up first. And then hang right, although we'll likely have to pick up the sword. There we go. As a J. Henrik, you're saying you like my thinking progress, and it makes you think about what you've been making. Yeah, I mean, you know, that's the point of playtesting. I'm trying to be informative to you as the makers as well. So we do have enough time on it. That's got to be the solution. Okay. I just kind of wonder if we kick this, then... Oh, I see, because then you get Muncher crushed if you don't speed past that. Or you just get trapped. Yeah, okay, so it's a trap. Because you have to kind of crouch and speed over. Yeah, like I said, we might not necessarily do it all in one sitting today simply because we're so long in the stream and we do have some people remaining, but we'll see what we can do. I usually, whoops, try to finish tutorials in one go, but no, that was a mistake. And this is exactly the kind of mistake that you would anticipate, right? Where if you try to hold up to pull out a bomb, then you re-enter the door, and that's exactly why the placement is what it is. You never expect anyone to clear one of your levels? Yeah, I'm sure we can do it. It's not something that looks terribly forbidding so far. But we would need to be able to put in a time. So we run it, we lose Link like that. Now, do we want the Master Sword? It would allow us to tap on off, but I don't know that we'd want to do that given the placement of the door. It would also allow us to blow out the blaster on the right side in case it's concealing a door or something. We can always lose the sword if we want, so it's not a problem to take it. There's nothing to stand on though. So we should actually just continue. Although maybe it's a trick and you're not supposed to hold the sword. But if you're not supposed to hold the sword, we just bomb our way out. There's a bomb that just comes through here, so we don't need to bomb ourselves. And that's okay because... Oh, no, we needed to use the bomb there though, so... Let's go back and then... Yeah, so that's why you can't go back. Okay. And actually, it's funny because that specifically happened because I did blow up the blocks. If you don't blow up the blocks, the flop is not an issue there. But of course, you would expect the player to check, right? So that's why that is the way it is. Okay. In that case, let's just continue here. And then we actually want to climb on the vine. Oh, no, that takes you up. That's okay, we'll just go up. And then we walk out like this. And then we might as well blow this up just in case. Just in case. And you got this. There's one thing that I think might be important to do. Oh, no. Didn't do the timing right. I want to leave a bomb here, and the reason is because I suspect we will have to... Oh, no. Missed a jump. Have a state switch past this point. $50 coin there. And yeah, oh, it blocks off the checkpoint flag, but maybe we were supposed to? I don't know. 50 coin down there looks like a total trap. But we'll see. I don't know what the interaction would normally be. And then you take the key and die there. Okay. Yeah, so we don't get the checkpoint there, but I wonder if that's okay. Maybe there's an interaction that is possible if you do skip the checkpoint the way we did. Okay, let's do this. Oh, no, God. That's okay, because if you refresh instantly, then you can get back here without trouble. Oh, the twister, though. I didn't expect that. That was new. Yeah, we didn't see that last time, for whatever reason. Okay. I hadn't thought about it because we just didn't see it when we reloaded through the door the last time through. How much longer do I have in this level? Probably not that much, because we... Like I said, I did warn the maker that I'm not necessarily going to clear it. And we did see the location of checkpoint 2, and so... If we're just straight up skipping that checkpoint, then... Okay, there we go. Gentle climb. Blow that up just in case. Yeah, because if we leave the switch as is, then we have a checkpoint that is available. That looks suspicious, though. I'm gonna still do it this way, because I want to. But yeah, we're probably not getting too much further than this. 50 coin down there is obviously probably suspicious. We know that the whole bit with the key afterwards is kind of dodgeable, like that. And then the key door is there. Looks like that's something that can be approached from below. Also that some of the on-off switches might matter, but... I want to see if we can go lower in the camera somehow, and oh, we don't have the master sword anymore. I'm gonna go low. Okay, that's not it. Yeah, Lexim, since we've been waiting so long, and since it's easy to get through the checkpoint here, let me just see what we're doing. I'm going to go through Lexim and CB battle, as does J. Henrik. If both of those are quick, then we'll come back to this to finish. If they're not so quick, then we'll have to hold off for another stream. I would actually like to finish this. We're making good progress. But it's going to take long enough that, you know, we're kind of way over time on the stream. And I do want to kind of balance out the people who have been in queue for way, way too long and already sat through the massive stuff earlier. So... And thank you for that. I will very gladly replay it if you have a chance to resubmit at some point. And like I said, if the remaining two are really quick, we'll come back. If they're not quick, well, that's fine too. Let's mark that as a loss for now and proceed for the moment. Thank you for the follow. We run most weekends, although we haven't been that regular this year. And there might be a few schedule changes once we get into Switch 2, but I do try to bring back viewer levels when I can. Flip switch challenges. And yeah, Lexim, you were telling me something about Super Mario Galaxy earlier, right? If that was you. This level utilizes one of your favorite mechanisms and it took you a week to make. This was back in 2020. It looks like it was very popularly played at the time, so I'm looking forward to it. Let's see how it goes. And thank you so much for waiting patiently. Okay, yeah, oh, it's a flip switch. Yeah, that's right. So it's going to be a jump detector using the SMB2 mushroom. It's nice and responsive, which is good. I've seen a couple of different efforts at the jump detection mechanism in the past, and Responsiveness makes a big difference. Also love the smiley face that you got out of the red-blue blocks at the end of that. And then we want to stay on this. Okay, and then this is going to be a key, and then coin trail is telling you to fall back down like this. And thank you so much for the follow, incidentally. And let's head up here. Whoops. That was a mistake. Yeah, I love how much people figured out with the slope interactions and how they let you get the spacing for repeatable detector mechanisms. We've seen a lot of the research for that over the years, and it's something that continues to be impressive. We won't bother with the 10 coin this time. We've seen it. We know the route. And let's continue. Okay. And yeah, there will be another drop here at the top of the room, probably in a very similar fashion. I do see that blue flimsy lift on the right there. That's probably part of the detection mechanism, which is going to stay loaded throughout this area. And let's go. Nice. Yeah, amazing how incredibly consequential the SMP2 mushroom ended up being. This is going to be a nonlinear coin collection. We should maybe pluck one cloud, but maybe we want to jump up here first to do this part. But if we jump up there to do that part, then how do we go back down? That's something that I haven't thought about yet. I do see a hard block on the top right, or, well, hard block's all the way down, so there will be some way, but so we should maybe pluck this side first, and then, yeah, that way we can actually head back up, because otherwise we would have eventually locked ourselves out of this part, maybe. I'm sure there was some kind of quality check against that, but like whatever was below that area. And if you take damage, of course, you have some potential issues here with the SMP2 mushroom. So I wonder if it's possible to have this done in the wrong order, or if it gives you a chance to loop back around if you do miss the bottom coin on the first pass. I mean, I'm sure you wouldn't have designed it in a way that's missable, but yeah. Here we just fall in for the 30, and then we have to kind of jump all the way over this side. Then we have to get into that pit, which we can do. Oh. Fall in. And we want to get, of course, the key coin by the door last, just in case of disaster. So yeah, SMP2 isn't really strictly necessary for any of these coins up here. It is necessary to get through the cloud down below. It is necessary to get through this cloud too, so. Yeah, it just wasn't clear to me whether you would just lock yourself if you don't go down first, because, you know, it's something that player wouldn't necessarily know to try. But it does seem like that's a bit of a locking risk. But particularly if you take damage with SMP2, and or if you do something silly, like, you know, if you pluck the clouds here, then you're just dead, I guess. So it is possible for the player to get themselves into a locked state where they just have to take a self-destruct. always kind of on the lookout for stuff like that. Okay. Let's not pluck this cloud, just in case there's no real platform there. Because that would also kind of lock you out. Yeah, I playtest enough that I always kind of have my eye on things like locking risk. So. Okay, so we got flower. Let's think about it. We want to do enough jumping back and forth to send a shell over. Okay. And then we have to hit him 3 times with that. And then every time we go back, we can get another power up, so we actually don't care about damage. Okay. And then we can just go through the key door here. Oh, I'm at 9 seconds. I didn't even realize that. Win! And then we better go through. I wasn't looking at the clock at all. Can we make it? It'll be tight. The star will make it less tight. Oh, look at that. 4 seconds remaining. Okay. Thank you for waiting so long for that. It was our pleasure to see it. And yeah, it looks like it's been trucking along for almost 5 years at this point. Definitely a little bit of potential locking risk with the many, many things you can do with the SMB2 mushroom near the end, but plenty of places for the player to just take a death out of that and get back to checkpoint, I guess. CB Battle, thank you for waiting so long for yours as well. Let's take a look. And then we'll see how we're doing for time. Mario the Fisher, 100% clear rate so far. I guess we'll catch enemies with our fishing rod. Yeah, if we finish this quickly, I might go back to the troll. That's the only thing. And we might be here for hours. But it... well, we'll see. I try not to leave too many things dangling, and we already kind of did leave something dangling today with... well, first of all, with this fishing rod, and secondly, with that seesaw level much earlier. So I guess we pick it up like that. And that's how you fish. Very neat. Nice way to communicate that, in fact. So when fish are jumping around in the form of moles, you can still get them on the hook. Now, I guess we have to tap as many as we can until we find the one that reveals the key. See, it's a dry bones that is doing the fishing here because it is so starved for fish. It keeps going for these little minnows and none of them will get them the key that is so desperately needed. And here's a save and then boss time. No doubt. Okay. So we need to catch as many as we can. The Delfino Plaza music, of course, is kind of perfect for this. There we go. There's a key. Yeah, very lovely artwork all over this one. Oop. Really sells the concept. There we go. Boss. There really is a boss. Okay, and then we'll fish for Boom Boom. Oh yeah, because you need to bounce him with a conveyor first, I guess. Clear. Okay, that was great fun. Thank you for that. Okay, SSJ Henrik, as promised, will go back to the troll since we have it fresh in memory, and we can probably get back to checkpoint before long. Like I said, I might still not finish it, depending on how long we wind up going. But we will try to progress a little bit. Since we've discovered a few things. You think I can do it in 20? Yeah, we'll see. We passed a couple of knowledge checks at this point, so. Depends on how many anti-soft locks we get trapped in. Okay. Let's try to leave this... Oh. Okay, that's fine. We'll have to deal with it. I was going to try to leave it here, and I forgot it was a bomb shoe. Because I wanted to potentially create a safe platform to head on up. Will not necessarily happen, but if we jump well enough, we can get past the jump. And we'll have to see what's going on if we do pick up Checkpoint Flag 2, because we've just been skipping over that previously, and perhaps that's not the best way to do it. But you never know with troll levels, because sometimes checkpoints are traps. And it could be that the best route has no checkpoint. But we've gotten pretty reasonably far. And... okay. So let's take this down and then tap like that. Just to give ourselves... oh, well, it still gets within range. We actually had done that previously as well, but... it gives me a bit more room to work with, maybe. Oh, that chomp went higher than usual, but I guess that's a bit of chomp RNG talking. I was expecting it to go low, because that's what we had previously seen. I mean, best thing to do there is just not have taken damage at that point, but we only have so much control over that. It's not RNG. Okay, I guess it would be a bit dependent on the player positioning as we... yeah, okay, no, because you do constrain the chomp to the left, right, with the spring movement. So it's going to be a bit of a player height check. Whoops. The thing about the hard blocks above at that point is that they're also... well, not the hard blocks, but question mark blocks, the invisible ones, that obstruct your access up top. I'm thinking about what happens if we jump over to the on-off switches. It'd be hard to keep the Master Sword going into that, though. Oh, close call. Oops. Okay. And yeah, we might as well tap like this, and you still have to take damage on the way up, though. There isn't really a good, clean way to do it. Whoops. Oh. Let's just get it to go. Yeah, you can time it like that, and that works. And if you spawn a checkpoint in the on state, then the chomp gets out of your way immediately, which is convenient. If you go slow, you're saying the chomp goes high. If you go fast, it goes low and falls. I see. Yeah, depending on where you are and your speed, it's going to affect when a chomp is sort of within range, spawning range, right? Where it's about 3 tiles off screen. Nope, missed it. I actually do wonder if that bottom passage is traversable for us somehow. Like if the Thwomp stomps out a boot on wings or something and whoops. You know what? We can just reactivate it. No need. Okay, let's do it. We got back here relatively quickly. Okay, now let's mine this whole bit with a key here. Let's not overjump. And climb. Good. So this time let's actually see what's going on with checkpoint 2. In that little slot where you can go for it. Yeah, so that bumps you, and then it bumps you down here. Okay, I see. Oh, and that's another ante. We try to get into the pit, I guess. If we can stand somewhere to pull out a bomb. You would still need a second bomb, though, to take damage on it. Okay. Now we don't have access to a sword either, but that's okay. We just need the twisters to give us room. And then we can drop out. Easier said than done, of course. Well, we knew the checkpoint was there, but we needed to maybe just kick through the snowball or something. We don't want to go so far to the left that we get bumped into the spring. There is a way to do it. Well, like I said earlier, antes are fun once and only once. We'll try not to get dunked here. And, oh, didn't account for that. Neat little trick there, actually, with the extra reinforcement from that spring dropping out of the red pipe. Because if you go with good timing, you can drop in there. I actually kind of like that. I respect that little extra thought that goes into the last little trap that the player is very tempted to rush through. There we go. We see a knowledge clue on the right side that is about a question block that is on the vine. I see that slightly off screen. That's interesting. We have to be on the lookout for something like that. I wonder if it was just something to do with the location of the key. But yeah, there definitely is a bit of a knowledge clue that we glimpsed just on the right of that boundary. We'll see what that's about when we get there, but we should be on the lookout for vines, because that could be relevant. Okay. Let's find here. Oh, it might just be a clue about... Well, no, by that point you've already seen this area, though, so... So, if we don't go for the... Well, we know where the checkpoint flag is. Like, we can just try to go for it, but we need to not get bounced. I didn't quite see what was bouncing me last time. The spring. Okay. Oh, and if you have the spring, then you hit the off. Okay. Oh, no. Why do we do that? Okay. I know what this was. We didn't need to do that. We could have just proceeded in the off state. Oh, well. Okay, no, we know how to get a checkpoint. It's just we do need to Watch this. And then let's go. At least this one is quickly resolvable if you know how it goes. The problem with anti-soft locks is usually the ones that take forever, even when you understand them and even when you've seen them. And yeah, so like you're saying, not too hard when you know how it goes. That's ideal for an anti-soft lock. You want one that's not too annoying to repeat to the point where it's easier to just redo the level, which is honestly what I often do with antis. Because they're just not worth the trouble most often. Okay, let's do that. So the idea behind the checkpoint 2 area is you just try not to stall for so long that the spring bumping the snowball becomes an issue. You just need to beat it to that position. And just gun it for the snowball as soon as you can. Yeah, let's just run, push, and that's fine. Because now at least we know what the route through that checkpoint is like. Now let's hit the block here because we need to see what's going on with it. Okay. Seemed like the on-off switch might have put something like a claw in place. Interesting. Very interesting. Not that interesting, actually. It's just a mole. But I wonder if the mole would be helpful for something if you actually did lead it out. Not really. Okay, so you want to lead the Podoboo down. You know what? It might even be easier to... Oh, I was trying to get out of its way. I just didn't know when I was within trigger range for it. Yeah, the thing about this with the left side... Let's see our possibilities for getting back out of here, first of all. It is possible to jump back out, right? Let's check that. Yeah. As long as you don't blow up all the ice. Do we have the keys? We should actually try to drop into this location. Oh, so this is not a clue. This is actually something that you can hit. Now, why would you want to do that? There's something walking along down there. Oh, it's mushrooms. I knew that was perhaps a risk. I just didn't handle it very well. Okay, we'll go key first and we'll just go back immediately. And we will tap this just in case. Doesn't seem like there's a downside to it. We might have wanted to toggle the on-off switch first, but then that would get you into flame trouble, and it would get you into trouble with one of these anyway, so... No, I knew it was something like that. I was just trying to get a good jump away from that. A little bit, welcome. That's an impressive jump, yeah. I should hope so. Now the thing is that if you do toggle the switch, it's easier to get through that left side. Okay. Nope. So maybe we do need to toggle the on-off switch. We just need to get out before the Podoboo becomes an issue. And that question block that we see later is mostly a trap, but we do need to hit it once then. And if flame comes down, that's okay, we can still make it out. Give it some room, yeah. Oh, actually that's a bit of a problem. I was hoping that it would give me room to go up. But maybe you get something here that you can land on. You don't, but that's okay. Okay, I think we are stuck here then. Because I was thinking you need the on-off switch in order to make that ceiling go, but then maybe there's something you can do with the snowballs too. Manage it. Maybe you just need to be fast. Nope. It's not gonna work. Maybe you need to jump around it. I don't think it's gonna be an execution challenge though, I think it's a knowledge thing. We just need to... I feel like we need that on-off switch though. But given the way the Podoboo comes down, maybe there's something we can do with this. No, that's gonna eradicate it anyway. Because it's putting some kind of claw in position, as far as I understand it. But we would like some way to toggle the off switch. Now, it's an impressive jump you were saying earlier to be able to hit the blocks before going into the pit. Yeah. Exactly on the right corner for that. Well, we know this block is just one up. It's just a question of whether we have a way to interact with that on-off. We might have to just try to do the jump this way instead. Or maybe... Yeah, unfortunately we don't have something like the sword to take out the on-off remotely. Maybe we can just run a mole across or something, I don't know. That's an interesting possibility, by the way. You lean a mole down here. It would just fall into the pits though, right? Yeah, I don't know about this. I think you bonk your head on the ceiling on this side and it'll fall in. No. I was trying to bonk my head on the edge on the left. Tell you what, without picking up the key, and so we can save time, I'm going to practice this jump a few times just to see what we're allowed to do. I'm just going to experiment with it to see if it's doable. Yeah, we don't need tips. I tried to do as little backseating as possible when I play. There is something, of course, that could potentially just activate a switch if you're... Oh, I see, and then you fall through and die. On the other hand, yeah. Okay. Yeah, because it feels like you are supposed to get some kind of switch activation here unless you really know how to do this jump, which is tricky. It's like that. Okay, so it is doable. And now that we've sealed this, now we can go for it. Well, not like that, we don't. It is possible to do a crouch jump there and get across. But now that we know that, we can go for the key safely and confirmed that that is a working method. That's important. Okay. Okay, there we go. This time without activating everything. Okay, so we didn't have a way to bust this. But then if we go back through the door, maybe something appears for our benefit. Let's think about this. We see a super ball that's underneath those piranha plants. Okay, and it bumps you. So unless you have a way to get through that, then that's not helpful. Yeah, sorry, Crafty, we're way past time at this point on the stream. I might not even be able to finish this, because we may have to just log off soon. We're already kind of doing bonus content, essentially. Well, we know that if we go through this door, then we have a bit of a problem because we're just kind of stuck there. But I wonder if it is affected by something like a state switch, or affected by having, you know, pre-activated something here. Why don't we just bounce on top of the snowball in the first place? Because then, if we're kicked back out of here, then the blocks would be activated already and they would be safe. In theory. No. There might just be something hidden here that we haven't really seen or thought about. And, you know, this stuff here we don't know how to use yet either. If there's a hidden Master Sword or something to obtain, that would be one solution path. But we just don't know. Maybe there's something that we can jump on top of. Oh, there's a sword. That's pretty well hidden, though. But that answers one question. I don't know how we were supposed to find that. Yeah, that seems really well hidden. Unless there's a visual clue we were supposed to pick up on later. Well, let's not lose it. Let's not lose it here either. Nope. We lost it. There was a hint for it in the key door. Okay, okay. I just guess I didn't see it. Yeah, I was too busy looking at the lock itself. I guess I didn't see it in that position. Yeah, I guess if we'd bothered to go through the key door again, we would have found that. Okay. And we do have to take damage on this. Oh, I see. Yeah, Muncher and then left side there. And then you have to guess which Muncher, basically. I didn't look at that properly. Oh, nope, no, no. You have to drop down on a donut block before you pull the bomb, obviously. Because otherwise you get into the overlap with the up interaction. There's one in both Munchers, interesting. Yeah, in case you really blow it with one of them, that's okay. You know, we could have just done a remote interaction on the on-off switch with a bomb. And if you do that, then this is safe. And much safer, in fact. Like, you drop a bomb on top of the ice block that is on top of the on-off switch. Okay, there's a super ball on top of this. Oh, yes, this is the bit that's on top of the fire flower in the middle. Muncher on the left, Muncher on the right, fire flower in the middle. And so you would need to bump this, and then at this point, Super Ball looks like it might not be obtainable, right? Or something. But what if you do pick up the fire flower in the middle, then would you be able to come back out? Let's see if anything spawns out of the pipe first. I find this suspicious. I feel like we'd get dunked down below or something if we went for the fire flower. It's okay, that is fine. Because if you get dunked down below, that's a pretty big reset if you're kind of forced downward. So I'm... Whoops. I can also hit the invisible block with my sword. Oh yeah, that's right. Under the crossing, under the munchers. That's right. Imagine that. However, we're still going to mess around a little bit. And now that we know what the on-off state does in the next room, if we kind of pre-activate it, I feel like that could be something interesting. That is worth trying at least once. We're going to try it. We're going to do it this way. Okay. Because it does affect the state that you get into. Okay. Nope. Fine. I'll take that. Because we come in here, then it's going to affect the starting state of what's going on at the pipe. Let's let this respawn first, just so we can do that. You know, it's possible to survive with that. It looks possible to survive with that. Maybe. No, with the 3 tile gap there, maybe not. Tricky. Maybe possible. Tricky. Why don't we just go through now? And it says you need a flower. Okay. Not if you have the Master Sword, though. Oh, and there's an additional piranha plant on a stack this time. So, can we actually jump out with a flower? Yes, we can. If we go back to that room, is that a problem? Super Ball. And let's be careful here. Is there a reason why we'd want to go back for the Super Ball? Now that we've blown this up. This is too suspicious. I'm going to say yes. We get the Super Ball off of this. Come on. Okay. Yeah. And then that's totally something we can hit. Maybe we just need to take the Koopa shell. Ah, okay. Maybe we should not have hit that block then. Because then we start running into trouble getting up here. I think maybe that's not doable now. Maybe we're short? Let's try to be short. Oh, if we're short though, we can't get through the saw blade, so never mind that. I think this is actually just a trap. We needed to hit first. Okay, that's fine. We know the sequence. I still think Super Ball might be a good idea. Although maybe not, because we know that if you are going through the Grinder Blade, then the thing about the Grinder Blade is that you're going to take damage on it anyway, so it doesn't matter if you have Super Ball or Fire Flower, as far as I can tell. Oh, come on. Okay. Let's do this, because I like how relaxed it makes to jump. I guess we could tap the sword like we talked about, but who wants to do things the easy way? Okay. We need a Fire Flower anyway, although if you manage to... well, you can't, but if you did theoretically manage to keep the sword, then that would have had an interesting implication in its own right. Oh. Okay, never mind about that flower. Well, we can't take the flower, we can't really do much about the bomb now, can we? Although, if you respawn into this room, the flower should come back, right? Power up logic, we have to think about this. Power-ups, though, don't act the same way. No, that's a loss. So let's just take the death. Unless, of course, we want to see if we can do something with the Super Ball. I don't think so, because we just don't get the shots off the bomb that we need. Yeah, no. Doesn't actually make contact in a way that deflects it. So we do, in fact, need to take a death. Yeah, you like my way of doing it? The on-off switch toggle? Yeah. Saves me a step afterwards. Gets me away from whatever shenanigans are going on with the other on-off switch over to claws. Okay. And then let's go here. Oh. Too bad about that. Should have waited for a respawn. Oh, no. Too late. Because a thought does occur to me that you can... if you keep Link, then you can actually spawn a second bomb with him and kick it over. And maybe do something interesting with the heart blocks under the piranhas. It probably wouldn't do anything important, but... we're always looking for ways to mess around. Okay, let's wait for the donut block first. So. Yeah, you see, that could theoretically blow up the hard block. But all it would do is that when the spring comes down, it just drops the piranhas slightly differently and hits the wall with them, so maybe... yeah, because the idea is that when you lower this, it creates a potential trap. Then you just come up through here, and try not to jump into anything dangerous. And try not to jump into the Super Ball. That's interesting. What do we get in range of that time? I don't know. Whoop. Almost caught it. Okay, this time we will just continue with the fire flower then, because... Oh, I need to redo this. It is possible to double back for the Super Ball if we want, and then that's something we should consider if it ever comes to that. Actually, you know what? It's too suspicious. No, it's actually okay, because like I said earlier, either way, if you take damage with flower, take damage with a Super Ball, you get the same results for the grinder when you drop out on that side. Vine first. And then you need to take 2 points of damage in order to get through here anyway. P. Oh, yeah, that kind of P. Okay, well, it's going to just blow his load all over the place and congratulate itself. Interesting. This is meant to kind of trick you out. Ah, okay, so it's telling you that you are supposed to jump over instead of dropping through. Because then that allows you to go over while retaining the flower and not taking damage. You do want Fire Flower because that allows you to get the key off the piranha. Okay. I was actually looking at that because I was thinking, well, why don't I just jump off the vine off the top? But I thought that looked closed for some reason. Okay. Yeah, it feels much smoother to do it this way. Okay, not quite, but you get the idea. Oh, no, I knew that as well. Okay, I guess that's a death. We'd seen that before. It's a very common feeling in a troll level, I guess. Where you knew something from several attempts ago, and by the time you run into it again, it is way in the back of your mind. Okay, then we can just kind of rush this. And then, yeah, this time, I even just want to tap this side first. Just for clarity. Easier to jump up anyway, in fact. Okay, so we'll try to jump off the vine on a high position this time. Just go out the top. And then the idea is that one of these piranhas gives you a key, right? Do both of them give you a key? No. Does the last one give you a key? I don't think we should try it, because we can't get back out. And then I guess you would have to take a point of damage. No block up top, though. I wonder what that's all about. I think I should do this first. Suspicious, but we should do this first. Okay, what have we got now? Block there in the bottom corner there. Something going on with this cloud that may or may not be a trap. It's like baiting you up there with a thwomp, I guess. Okay. And then, oh, I see, because maybe you need the thwomp to come back the other way. We just didn't get far enough to see it. Still 2 more rooms. We might not be able to finish it, despite the extra time we put into it. Oh, that's fine. That hour-long water level earlier is not seeming like such a good idea now. I mean, it didn't seem like a good idea at the time either, but it definitely affected some decision-making about what we could realistically do in the stream. Okay. Let's just let all this get bumped first. And tap this one as well, just in case. So I don't even know what's going on with that thwomp, because we haven't been far enough to see it. Okay. Now, if we bounce out of the way, though, I feel like that's a trap, though. I think we should just run through it quickly. And then that takes a spike ball over. Oh, I see, because if you have the spike ball do that, then you don't manage to hit the on-off switch, and you have to take it out. Okay. But if you are standing in that location, then you can bump the spike ball and prevent it from taking out the bomb. And that's pretty much the only way you can kill the spike ball if you come in there with a mushroom. So we actually do have a solution to that. Oops. I guess we'll do it the sword way this time. For once. Nope, whoops. Getting too adventurous there. I was hoping to just kick it into the switch. There's really no need to be that fancy. Getting so stylish sometimes. Oh. Still have to get the key here. Okay. Speed through this. And then... Alright, let's just... Okay. Didn't get caught by that. It's relatively quick to redo, at least. So it's okay if the Thwomp gets trapped here. We want to get through. We want to hit the spike ball here. Oh, no. Missed it. But we can... Oh, I see, because then it traps you instead. But we had split the block on the left side, and we actually should have been able to escape there. Oops. Oh. Let's let this come out. That was not the usual direction. I was so confident it would bounce the other way. Well, serves us right. What? Nope. Starting to blow a few too many attempts here. Okay, let's drop this. Yeah, we don't really need to wait for the donut block, but... yeah. Let's give this enough room so we can let it bounce in either direction. Let's hit this before we forget. Oh. Okay. Oh, nah, that's terrible. I can't believe that was the mistake we made. Well, first time for every mistake, I guess. Didn't even think about climbing direction clipping into that. Because it's so easy to just think of the grinder as already serving a purpose as a different trap that you don't think of it as also doing double duty as that trap. Impressive I avoided until now. Oh, totally unintentional, I assure you. Given how carelessly I tend to jump into that position. Okay, let's try this. Okay. This has been a very content-packed level in some ways. Maybe we've just been hitting lots of craps, but... there's been a lot to do. Alright, let's be careful with the direction this time. Okay, so we always do have an opportunity to divert the spike ball, that's the thing, so... okay. And then we are just out of range of the spawn for that now. Big buzzy shell up above, that's Suspicious. We do want the spike ball to break that, though. So we can do it. And it bumps off the thwomp, and then that's okay. We just follow it. Oh, wait. It doesn't break that, though, does it? We need to actually still be in a mushroom state. So maybe we were supposed to hit some safe platforms here. Okay, so the idea is that we need the thwomp to go over, and then so it is possible to get over here with the mushroom state. And we just didn't do it, but it is possible, and then you get through that way. And then the idea is that you have the Buzzy Shell carve off the top layer, but then there's some kind of trap there as well. No doubt. Take that, cannonball. Okay. Yeah, have to account for both possibilities. And then get that just in case. That cannonball got what it deserved. Yeah, I know. It was well earned. Okay. Careful with the climbing direction. Up we go, grab the key. And yeah, so we want to retain the mushroom if we can. And we can. What we do is we let the thwomp get bumped. And then we jump over like this. And then that's okay, because we curl it back. And then we hit this, and we can just go through without worrying about the spike ball. Now, then there's going to be something with the Buzzy up top that we need to be aware of, and we don't know what it is yet. Okay, let's kick it. We just have to see it. And it's going to bounce back at some point. Master Sword, do we want it? Well, why wouldn't we? Because then you can blow that up, right? We should blow up the right side too in case we need to double back. To get an additional sword. Alright. There's so much to do in here. Now, why would we want to do that? It leads to Pokies out of position. Why would we want to do it? Because well, let's see. Let's say we have the on-off switch here. I think if we hit the P-switch prematurely, then we don't actually have a way to bounce the clown cars, right? Because maybe the idea is that we're supposed to have clown cars bounce. Let's go back in and see. So Pokies start out in that location. Maybe we have to lead them through so the Pokies can actually come through. Yeah, actually, I see how it works. Can we collect those through the one-way panel? Not really. So what we want to do is we want to walk the Pokies through. If we can. Oh, nope, and they die. It's not good. When the Pokies die, it looks like that releases maybe entity limit or something in order to load the clown cars. So maybe we do want the clown cars there. Or maybe the idea is that we want something to be dropped into the clown cars so they would ride. So for example, if the clown cars come down, and are able to pick up something like a snowball would be able to drive them out. The question is, are we still able to do that somehow? We can if we bomb this location, perhaps, to lower the clown car by a slot, and then the snowball can roll in. Nope, let's try it again. I gotta try it. Also, if we just bomb that in the first place, then we would have been able to drop the coin. If we drop the coin within bomb range, then the Pokies don't get trapped like that. We're almost out of time. So can the clown car come down low enough at that point? It does not. But if we break that block, then maybe when we come back... Oh. That's not good. Okay, so you have to come back in the correct switch state. But I feel like if we have the bombs in the correct location, we should just defeat Boom Boom first. But we have the bombs in the correct location. Also, only just noticed that no matter how the time felt so tight, it's actually a 300-second timer rather than 5. If we take care of Boom Boom first, and then take the time we need to kind of sort out the whole Poke interaction separately, you know, before we hit any switches, we should actually be able to take the time that we needed to do things like bombing the coins to escort the Pokies out. I don't think we want to do that, though. I think what we want to do is we want to make sure that clown cars are allowed to drop low enough that snowballs can drop into them and then pilot them out. And then we have to take a clown car out for a ride. I think that's supposed to be what happens in the ending. Whether we can set that up is a different issue. Your flaw in this boss fight is that there are no hints anywhere. Yeah, I mean, because you'd have to overshoot the room somehow to be given a hint afterwards. Oops. Most of the boss fight is for visuals, but you can see how that might be confusing. Well, because I was trying to figure out what actually triggers the clown car drop. And it seemed like the Pokies, you know, if you do hit the P-switch, then you can turn them into snowballs. But then if the clown car is not available yet at that point, then... you can't drop the snowballs into them. It does seem a bit esoteric to try to blow up the coins with a timed bomb, which is why I suspect that's not part of the solution. But it seems like you can do some things with repositioning the Pokies if you do choose to play that way. I'll get back. And we need to dodge when it comes back. Then, yeah, we do take this, take it over, load this up just in case, although the thing is, if you wind up in the wrong on-off state coming out of this pipe, then you're going to be in big trouble anyway, due to the muncher. So let's just take Boom Boom out completely separately first, and just not walk the Pokies out until we have a good reason to do it. Because if clown cars drop first... I don't know if the clown car is entity-based or if it's like switch-based. Because at this point, if we walk the Pokies... Maybe we need to do this by timing, such that the Pokies... We want to get the Pokies to die on the coins, right? We do want the Pokies to die on the coins, because then the snowballs drop from the top. But, wait, then let's not shoot this yet. I'm going to try it this way. Because then that way the clown cars also drop low enough to eventually benefit from the snowballs. Oh, but then, yeah, okay, then you want the Pokies to die on the coin. I don't know when the clown cars drop, but I think the clown cars drop when the Pokies die, right? So you build them both. When the P-switch expires... where are my clown cars? After the P-switch expires, I think that's when the clown cars drop. But then, here's the problem. The snowballs are too high. Well, it's too bad. We have to reload it. So P-switch expiry seems to be what drops the clown cars. We need to think about this. But we do want the Pokies to drop snowballs on them. How would we do that? Maybe not blow up the blocks and just... We should have just blown up one side and seen what to do. Let's reload it. Because maybe if we have the Pokies die at this point, then they slide in and drop snowballs. Like we blow them up once they're above the clown cars. Let's kill Boom Boom first. No, Ollie, we've got 12 seconds. We can't do it. Oh, we can just get Boom Boom into the car. Okay. Oh, okay. So P-switch first and then we lower Boom Boom. Alright. Too bad we found that out when we... We're already out of time, but okay, so it's Boom Boom who drives the car, so okay, now we know that. Yeah, it looks so much like it was a Pokie snowball thing. But we need the on-off switch then to position Boom Boom. So he's actually able to cross. Okay, here we go. So the joke is that you have already killed Boom Boom before the clown cars come down. Yeah, because... I didn't really even consider that we might want to drop the cars first, but it took a while to kind of figure out what all the different triggers are. Yeah, I thought it was definitely the snowballs rolling into the car. I just didn't know how to set it up. Because it seemed like it would be very exact in terms of timing, which seemed unusual for a level like this. It's quick to get back at least, it's just that we took so long on the fight itself. Roll it back. Let's not lose on the Buzzy. Okay, in that case, we want the P-switch first. P-switch expires, clown cars come down. Then we get Boom Boom to bump in. So yeah, he needs to land. Good. Then we kill him. And he doesn't give us a key or anything, right? So we can just come out. And then, oh, there's a scroll break over here. There are blocks over here, but I feel like that's a trap. I think that's part of the clown car drop, in fact. What we should really be doing... Well, we don't use a bomb. We do this. And then... Hey, we actually predicted that. Fire flower up top. Do we want that? This level is, in some sense, too much. Okay, well, we got that. And then... How do we get around... Oh, there's a snowball on top. Okay. Alright, alright. Okay, we need to... Here. Okay. We're so close to getting it, but I'm really so far past time. Actually, hope I don't have to suddenly cut off like when we're at the end. Oh, come on. Fine, we'll do it with a sword. Yeah, very much one complication after another. Okay, it's fine. I'm kind of glad we split this into 2 segments. It would not have been that practical otherwise. Oh, I knew this as well. I was thinking about it going in. But we just landed poorly on Divine. I think I'm starting to play a bit impatiently. Yeah, no, I don't mind this. I'm having fun with it. Actually, I got lucky with the jump that time, as you'll see. Because I totally forgot that I didn't flip the switch. I just rushed it. Well, we got away with that one. Yeah, no, I respect a lot of the design to this, and the traps are sometimes creative and interesting to read your way around. Definitely the Pokies threw me off in the boss because it looks so much like they would be mechanically relevant. Okay, drag it. Lots of things can still go wrong. Yeah, because the P-switch timing on those coins looks so relevant to the Pokies as well, right? And, you know, by the time you play a level like this, you just start considering everything as being potentially part of a solution. Okay, P-switch first. Let's not kill him yet. Unfortunately, it might throw Boom Boom's pattern a little out of position if we don't get him in cleanly. Luckily we did. Oh. Sword, please. Okay. No, we forgot about a bomb. Straight up forgot about it. We got it the first time, too. You like how I did it the first time and not the second time? Yeah, so did I. Okay, down. Oh, no. We're really starting to slip mechanically in this thing. It tells me I've been running too long today. Well, it could have finished that seesaw level by now. Yeah, we are rushing a bit, but it's okay. I mean, it's my choice to play it, and my choice to stick with it, so... And I wouldn't have done so if I weren't, on some level, getting something out of the experience. So despite the extreme length and particularly of the segment past the final checkpoint where we just die a lot to execution mistakes like we usually do, there's been a lot to chew on in this level. Very little that's repetitive. The anti-soft locks have actually been pretty gentle. Some of the solutions have been pretty fun to anticipate. Haven't been the best about reading clues, but, you know, it happens. Oh, I've seen so much worse for anti-soft locks. So much worse. I mean, these ones, if you know how they work, you can get through them quickly. A lot of anti-soft locks are not that kind. I generally don't like them too much as a device. Okay, we do need this one available in case of emergency. But let's just pop this right away. We might want to get rid of Boom Boom by the time we deal with the bombings. That's just to remove one complication. But let's decide that in a bit. Oh. Let's not die here. Or accidentally re-enter the pipe here, for that matter. Just reducing risk. Okay, now this time we know about the bomb. We know about the pokey. And we're done. And yeah, I'm glad you enjoy my playstyle. I mean, I'm a puzzle player. I played a lot of puzzles and escape rooms and so on, and we didn't even beat the record. Look at this, despite the additional start from the second segment. Oh well. And yeah, I find that if I bring the same approach to playing through a troll, then we have a better grasp of what's going on in the level some of the time. Because it is puzzle-minded thinking, right? It's just with a different flow to it and with occasional cues that are meant to mislead you. But if you kind of understand what's going on and try to understand the system, you start to get around some traps a lot better until you get impatient and then you run into every single trap. Anyway, I've started to lose my voice, I think, over the course of a 6-hour stream, so we are calling it. We're going to send you folks on a raid somewhere else. Thank you so much for all of the levels from everybody today, from the follows, and also just for the patience in general, because we took way too long on so many different segments, and well, we tried to give each submission a fair shake, short or long. And we'll hopefully continue that. I don't think I'll be back at this time slot next week because I do have a conflict, but we do try to run in this time slot on weekends whenever possible. And I might change the schedule a bit once the Switch 2 comes out, depending on how things go, but we'll be continuing to run Mario Maker viewer levels throughout the year, and I'm also going to have a complete VOD up on YouTube after the fact for anybody who wants to review playtesting footage. Usually takes me about a day to get them up and do everything properly, but that's where the VODs live nowadays, so thank you so much for watching. Hope you have fun with everything that you have been making or playing or otherwise anticipating, and we'll find you a destination very shortly. Until then, have a good time. And as always, fare thee well.